We'd like to introduce our judges for this morning. In the Katahdin ring is John Merzinski. John and his wife Lori are from New Carlisle, Indiana. John has showed and fitted numerous breeds of sheep here at the North American. This marks John's 40th year judging livestock shows all across the U.S. and Mexico. Also, John has judged at the North American 30 different times. John tells us this is his final sheep show judging. So let's make it a good one for John. Let's welcome John Merzinski to your National Katahdin Show this morning. And judging the National Oxford Show, the Mary Bloom National Oxford Show, is Jeff Held from Aurora, South Dakota. Jeff is a retired South Dakota State University Extension sheep specialist. He has been involved in the sheep industry for nearly 50 years. He and his family raise Hampshires and Southdowns. Let's welcome Jeff Held to your National Oxford Show.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be back here in Louisville and judging the National Oxford Show, and the quality certainly not a surprise. We start the class a really long-sided buck. I really like the length of this buck, the way he handles down his top. I think he goes along and wins this class. I see a bright future and some usefulness certainly in the breeding program. A very stylish ram here to come in the second. He's a little shorter in his overall body length than my first place ram. I do admire the way the ram comes up through that shoulder, and very attractive breed type and combination, and nicely balanced ram. A really high quality ram here, just loses the power that we've got in these top two rams in the class. Comes up a little shorter side and a little less overall framework, but a good big heavy bone buck. Congratulations, give him a nice round of applause.
For the Oxfords, we're now ready for early junior ram lambs. Placing on the class of senior ram lambs for the Oxfords, first place and the winner of the senior championship goes to entry number 5, Winning Way Sheep Farm 222053. Winning Way Sheep Farm, Moweaqua, Illinois. Second place to entry number 3, Winning Ways 221993. Highlight, Logan Averill, Litchfield, Maine. And that's the reserve senior champion ram. Third place in that class to Isaac Erickson, Burlington, Wisconsin.
An outstanding set of Oxford lambs here. The really nice set, great sheep to start with. Really, really sound, really stylish kind of ram. Got a big wide hip in him, really long from the rib back. Really puts him on the corners. It's just an outstanding ram to start this class. Next, following a really deep-sided buck. I think balances up, not quite as much bone work as we got on this top ram to win the class, but a really short fleece buck, and you see what you get. And hands agree with the eyes very nicely. The rams we have in third and fourth are big upscale kind of rams. They just come with just a little less power, a little less design when we look at the strength of muscling traits and bone work and overall carry down their top. A real young, beautiful ram here in fifth place, just a bit behind on the maturity compared to the top rams in this class. And another really nice ram to end the class with here in sixth. Just doesn't have quite the body length and power that we've got moving up the line. Congratulations. Really nice set of sheep. Thank you.
Assisting us in the ring today with the Mary Bloom National Oxford Show is Susie Shields of Indiana. She's the 2022-2023 National Oxford Queen. Placing on the early junior Ram Lamb class for the Oxfords, first place went to entry 10, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana, with AA 2237. Second place to entry 6, LA Farm F 2201, Braun, Logan Averill, Litchfield, Maine. Third to entry number 7, Gary and Vicki Brockman, Garden Prairie, Illinois. Fourth place to entry 8, Gary and Vicki Brockman. 5 to entry 11, Lydia Poole, Murrayville, Illinois. And 6th place to entry 9, Chloe and Adrian Decker, Vincennes, Indiana. Now ready for late junior Ram Lambs.
As we start off our Katahdin show this morning, certainly a pleasure doing your show, and I know the quality be very deep. And again, as we see our yearling Rams out here, certainly we have 6 entries out here, and I've chose to see the side view of the top 5, and I think they went together extremely well. The Ram that combines everything in a complete package is that big guy that's in first place. Level, square, correct. For a Ram that's carrying this much, he handles it very well from end to end, and certainly he's the ideal Ram in terms of show quality, in terms of muscle shape, and certainly just puts a lot of good features together up through his front end, really clean and neat, and I think he kind of runs away in this class. I think as we get in 2 and 3, very close in my opinion. I see the young ladies Ram, certainly one that extends a little nicer up through his front end. He certainly comes out of that neck and shoulder region extremely well, moves out and tracks extremely well. Just a really nice place to have him in second. I think 3rd and 4th here, as you see, we see a little more volume of muscle and certainly body type in the Ram that's in 3 over 4. You certainly like the length of top, the squareness of the Ram that's in 3. I'd like to change him about the way he comes out of that neck and shoulder region, but certainly one that's really got good quality. As we move into 4 and 5, I think it's very close here. I chose to use the little taller frame Ram. One, I'd like to give him a little more depth aside and certainly stouten him up in terms of his bone work, but really tall frame certainly can add that height and scale, if you will. And we end up the class here with one that's really designed extremely well, really deep-sided, long-bodied, just fits in that pattern very nicely. Congratulations. Let's give this first class of Katahdin exhibitors a nice round of applause. Thank you.
Placing on the class of Katahdins for the yearling Rams, first place goes to entry 1, Power Drive, Salmon Run 480, Leslie Raber, Sabatus, Maine. Second place to entry 3, Francis 6446, Allie and Brent Francis, Paris, Missouri. Third place to entry 4, Samala Acres, Timothy Rhodes, Salem, Ohio. 4 to entry 2, Douglas Brewer, Woodbine, Maryland. 5 to entry number 6, Brady Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. And 6th place to entry number 5, Tyler Rodman, Marshfield, Missouri.
Again, a beautiful class of Oxford Rams, and a close placing, really surprising to some, maybe on this top end. I used the bigger, longer-bodied buck. He's sound, he's really long-sided, short-fleeced. I think he's got a lot of nice things about him. Just pounds advantage on this ram, but I think also design. I love the ram in second. When I came out, I thought maybe he wins the class. He just comes up a little shorter-sided. But he's youthful. He's really good about his points. I like his breed care. I like the way he comes out of his neck. He just gives up too many pounds a day to win the class. But a ram I really, really admire for his balance of traits. The ram in third, and as we get in, a real long, extended kind of a ram. Doesn't travel quite as nicely as the top two rams in the class. He's really green. He's got a long ways to go. As he comes together, we'll see him another day. A real a kind of an extended kind of ram here again in fourth. Just doesn't travel as well off the hind twos as we got in the rams up above him. Real short, fleece kind of a ram. Good luck with that ram as we move forward into the breeding pen or beyond. Congratulations.
For the Oxfords, we're now ready to show for Junior Champion, Reserve Junior Champion Ram. Then we'll show pair Ram Lambs, followed by Grand Champion Ram. Placing on the class of late Junior Ram Lambs for the Oxfords, first to entry number 13, LA Farm M, 2203, Macho Man, Logan Averill, Litchfield, Maine. Second place to entry number 12, Phantom Hills Fitting and Training, Edwards, 2208, Ethan Smith and Edwards, Oxford, Stewardson, Illinois. Third place to entry 15, Bingen B2221, Jillian Bingen, Allenton, Wisconsin. And 4 to entry 17, Winning Way Sheep Farm, 221939, Derek Burns, Baltimore, Ohio.
In the Junior Champion Drive, again, the great quality, terrific individual animals represented. The breed and the Januaries and Februaries, respectively, from going left from right to left as we go through the line, and the second place ones stacked in behind. And a really, I think, a pretty easy winner in this particular division in the Junior Champion Drive. We're going to use the January buck lamb. He's just a really good sheep, really level, walks out right. He's got a lot of great things going for him. And for reserve, we're going to use the second January. I think best falls in line with my Junior Champion. Congratulations. We'll see you in the Champion Drive.
For the Oxford show, the Junior Champion Ram goes to entry number 10 out of the early Junior Ram Lamb class, AA 2237, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. The Reserve Junior Champion was second in that early class, LA Farm F2201, Braun, Logan Averill, Litchfield, Maine. Now showing pair Ram Lambs. For the Katahdins, the next class will be for senior champion and reserve senior champion ram.
Here on the Katahdin side, really high quality set of senior ram lambs here. Certainly these top five I've sorted out and certainly want to share a few comments with you. And I think we've really got a pair up here in first and second that certainly can do a lot of damage in terms of moving your flock forward. I certainly started the class with a little more stouter made ram when you view him from down on the ground and certainly up. He's one that's just a little heavier in terms of his structure. They're two very similar rams, but I see the young lady's ram just a notch stouter in that area and certainly one that's a notch square right at the hip. Really long-bodied sheep, one again that's really massive in that lower third of his body. I really appreciate that. Long enough for me when he walks and strides. He just is really complete and just moves out really nice. The ram in second, same thing. He's got a little attitude out here, but certainly one that handles extremely long from that last rib back. I really appreciate him for that. If you would like to change him, just stouten him up just a tick in terms of his bone work. But two really powerful individuals here in 1 and 2. Third place ram, I think, fits in there very nicely. One, again, that's really complete, really calm out here. One, again, that's extremely well balanced. I really appreciate him for that. Really stout in terms of his structure. Certainly appreciate the way the young lady gets that ram showed off to me. I think when we move into 4 and 5 here, I chose a little taller frame sheep. Certainly like his stoutness in terms of his structure. I just like to make him a notch neater about that tail head and certainly give him a little more depth down in that lower third. But one, again, it's got a good future. I think he's going to be a very large yearling ram. A little smaller statured guy here in 5, but I certainly like his pattern. Really long, certainly very complete. One, again, that you have to like from that view from this side when you can get a look at him. Really correct off both ends. Congratulations. Nice class of senior rams. Thank you.
For the Katahdin, your next class is for senior champion and reserve senior champion ram.
A really powerful set of Oxford Rams available in the senior and junior divisions, and we're now going to pick the champion and reserve champion Ram overall for your national show. I think you can appreciate the different the similarities and differences that we have in these sheep, even from the side. They're all well presented. They have traits that are exemplify the breed. They are a meat breed, and they certainly have some mass to them. They have some body length. And they handle well and on the move, very acceptable. I'll go out and name the champion and reserve champion ram. I appreciate you bringing them out. Let's give them a nice round of applause as I congratulate those that are the winners today.
Grand champion ram for the Oxford show goes to our senior champion ram, Entry number 5 out of the Senior Ram Lamb class, Winning Way Sheep Farm, 222053. Winning Way Sheep Farm, Moweaqua, Illinois. The reserve grand champion was our junior champion. The junior champion was entry number 10 out of the early junior Ram Lamb class, AA 2237, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. Now ready to show Best Headed Ram. Oxford, Best Headed Ram.
Again, here on the Katahdin side, senior champion. The 4 that are out here really show me good qualities, and especially the 2 that are closest to me. They're very similar in terms of their body makeup. I spoke about the levelness, the straightness of lines, and certainly stout enough for me from the ground up, and you really admire that. Kind of different ways you could go out here. I choose the yearling ram today. I think he's one that's there. Certainly I love him in terms of his body shape, his mass. We know what he is. Coming back to the first place senior Ram Lamb for reserve senior champion. Again, a high quality individual. Let's give him a nice round of applause. Thank you.
For the Katahdin show, the fall class, first place went to entry number 10. Salmon Run 645, Leslie Raber, Sabatus, Maine. Second place to entry 13, Riviera 963, Smokin' Gun 744. Riviera, Mike and Leslie Nelsh, Cable, Ohio. Third place to entry 8, Ray Lynn DeRocher, Pittsfield, New Hampshire. 4 to entry 9, Douglas Brewer, Woodbine, Maryland. 5 to entry 15, Brady Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. 6 to entry 12, Dyer Family Katahdins, John, Judy, and Scott Dyer, Chrisney, Indiana. And 7 to entry 14, Brady Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. For the senior champion ram, that went to entry number 1 out of the yearling ram class, Power Drive, Salmon Run 480, Leslie Raber, Sabatus, Maine. Reserve senior champion went to the first place in the fall ram lamb class, entry number 10, Leslie Raber, Sabatus, Maine, with Salmon Run 645. For the Oxfords, Best Headed Ram goes to Logan Averill with LA Farm M2203, Macho Man. That was out of the class of late junior ram lambs.
as we start our junior division here of the Rams on the Katahdin side. Certainly really high quality individuals and certainly quite a bit of difference as you move through these top five. Certainly you've got some differences in condition and certainly some framework. And I think as you combine everything, this is the guy that gets there in terms of correctness, larger outline shape, if you will. And that isn't always the way it goes, but with that large outline, he's got a tremendous amount of muscle shape to him. He's really long-bodied. He's level. He's square. He's certainly one, again, that sets himself very nicely on all four corners. Really stout enough for me in terms of his structure. And again, up to this point, he's done very well, and I think he's got a great future. Congratulations, young lady. I think 2 and 3, as you place them and look at them from the side, you certainly like the levelness and the squareness of the Ram that's in second. Really stout in terms of his bone work, and one again that handles extremely long from that last rib back. And I see that guy just a little smaller maybe than the Ram that's leading out, but certainly one that's very level and square, and that's where he gets around the taller frame shape for the young lady. That's in 3. Really like the way he's done in terms of his grow pattern up to this point. Just needs a little more depth, and certainly you'd like to square him up just a trifle bit, but off both ends he tracks and travels extremely well. Congratulations. I think when it comes into 4 and 5 here, certainly the young man's Ram in 4th place just gives us a little more width, a little more dimension, and certainly balances just a little nicer than the young lady sheep that we're in up here in 5. You have to appreciate the overall width and dimension of that Ram also, especially in the lower third of his body. Really deep-sided. I really appreciate that. And one, again, that's very correct. Congratulations. Really a nice class of junior Ram lambs here in the January class. Thank you.
Placing on the Katahdin January Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry 22, Salmon Run 655, Leslie Raber, Sabatus, Maine. Second place to entry 20, Burbrink 2202R, Braden Burbrink, Columbus, Indiana. Third place to entry 17, Smohala Acres, Timothy Rhodes, Salem, Ohio. Fourth to entry 18, Smohala Acres. Fifth place to entry number 21, Elise Lohr, Lucerne, Iowa. And sixth place to entry 19, Roger Garland, Columbus, Indiana.
It's no surprise the power available in this class as you get on down through them. You handle them from top to bottom. You know, big rib sheep, lots of them. Long bodied, level top, lots of them. Feet and legs, a lot of good ones. As we sort through and find the balance, that's you that wins the class, I think, does that very nicely. She's a big rib kind of sheep. She stands on the corners, walks as well as any ewe in the ring. Got nice breed characteristics to her, and she's level and really short fleeced. You see what you get. The ewe we have in second, a big rib, big deep-bodied sheep. Doesn't have quite the overall balance we've got in this top ewe, but the body shape I like. I like the way she comes out of the point of her shoulder. I'd like to see that ewe. She's pairing maybe just a smidge more condition today, maybe past 12 o'clock. A really long-sided ewe. Really love this ewe here in third. She just didn't travel quite as well on the final go-around to win the class or compete for the top place, but I really like these three ewes and the way they're designed. A big framey ewe here, a little larger scale when we get in, and but she starts to lose a little bit in that flank compared to some of the other ewes in the, above her in the class, but I admire a lot of the traits she has and her levelness and length. A really sound, big kind of ewe here in fifth place. Again, like the class, you know, like the kind of sheep we're seeing. The breeders are making the right ones, really, really good. And we lead out with a real extended kind of view in six. Doesn't carry quite as well from the hip back as my top end of this class, but a really outstanding individual female as well. And you can go down the line, you'll find sheep you like. The Oxford breed's in a really good place looking at this yearling ewe class. Congratulations.
Placing on the Oxford fitted yearling ewe class, first place goes to entry number 30, Rocky Hill 5 Black. Rocky Hill Farm, Phil and Julie Crome, Elizabeth, Illinois. Second place to entry number 25, Bingen B2110, Jillian Bingen, Allenton, Wisconsin. Third place to entry number 27, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. 4 to entry 34, John A. Apple and family, Greenfield, Indiana. 5 to entry 18, Ethan Smith and Edwards Oxford, Stewardson, Illinois. 6th place to entry number 22, Winning Ways Sheep Farm, Mowequa, Illinois. 7th place to entry 23, Jillian Bingen, Allenton, Wisconsin. 8 to entry number 19, Winning Ways Sheep Farm, Mowequa, Illinois. 9 to entry number 21, Bella Foley, West Alexandria, Ohio. And 10th place to entry 29, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana.
here on the Katahdin side, I think we have a trio of Rams here of these top 5 that certainly have some good to them and certainly a lot of good quality. And again, quite a bit of difference in these Rams out here, and I'm okay with that. Certainly you need to select the sheep that work in your program that you can either market or the ones that you like to see in the barn. And I certainly like all 5 of these out here. And certainly the February Ram Lamb class, I want them to look youthful as they can and still have something to them. And certainly I think when you put everything together, this guy here in first place, just love his front end. I think when you put the 2 Rams here on the side and put them in motion, that's where this Ram gets around the Ram that's in second. Just extends a little more for me, really youthful, tremendous on his feet and legs, really long-bodied. By far, when I handle the Rams out here, he's the longest one from that last rib back. Certainly a really nice place to start. The Ram in second, more massive, if you will. I certainly love his lower third, and again, really massive in terms of his body makeup, really level and square. He's one that's really wide, really opened up in terms of his rib shape. I really appreciate it for that. I think the Ram in 3, 4, and 5 here, the more massive Ram is the one that's in 3. Certainly love the width and dimension from end to end. Maybe he doesn't have that show ring look or that extension up through his front end as the other Rams in the class, but certainly you can't miss his amount of muscle that he shows, his body makeup, really correct. He's one that's really simple and puts in that 3rd place very nicely. Congratulations. I think the next 2 in line, just a little more time, especially the Ram in 4th. Young lady's Ram, it really extended extremely well. Probably the longest necked Ram, if you will, longest fronted sheep. Certainly love him for that. He's one of the thinner ones out here. I think, again, he just needs a little more time. Really love him from the ground up, really massive in terms of his bone work, really correct off both ends. But again, we just like to give him a little more time, and he's probably going to be one to reckon with come yearling time. The next Ram in class, really bold made, round in terms of his shape. I really love him in that respect, really a tremendous amount of muscle. He, again, it just comes to us really nice off both ends. You love him in terms of his bone work. Really a nice place to place is in that 5th place position today. Really a nice class of February Ram Lambs. Let's put our hands together in appreciation here. Thank you.
In the Oxford ring on slick-sheared yearling ewes, interesting class to say none the least. I picked the ewe that win this class. I think she's got the balance of traits and soundness. There's a frame size difference. There's muscling differences. There's a variety of things here to consider, but I think she ties together the best of the ewes in this class. I really admire the overall extension in this second ewe. I really like this sheep. She just wants to walk a little straight off the hinds on the move, but she's a really good ewe and has a very useful purpose in the breeder's flock. A more stout made sheep here in 3rd. Doesn't have quite the handle about the travel that we've got in our top 2 ewes, and so she ends up in 3rd. And a really, really nice ewe that doesn't excel compared to the other ewes in this class here in 4th. Like to add a little more wool to that sheep on the points. She's got a good core to her, but she doesn't level out and move quite as nicely as we want in this class to win the class. But again, good quality ewes all the way through. Congratulations.
Placing on the class of February Ram Lambs for the Katahdin Show. First place went to entry 25, Burbrink 2204R, Braden Burbrink, Columbus, Indiana. Second place to entry 29, Salmon Run 661, Leslie Raber, Sabatus, Maine. Third place to entry number 27, Samala Acres, Timothy Rhodes, Salem, Ohio. 4 to entry number 28, Leslie Raber, Sabatus, Maine. 5 to entry number 24, Douglas Brewer, Woodbine, Maryland. 6 to Douglas Brewer. And 7 to entry number 30, Allie and Brant Francis, Paris, Missouri. Placings on the slick-sheared yearling ewe class for the Oxfords. First to entry number 39, Phantom Hills Fitting and Training, and Edwards Oxfords 21-12, Ethan Smith and Edwards Oxford, Stewardson, Illinois. Second place to entry number 42, AA 2117, Ty, Drew, and Aubrey Miller, Huntington, Indiana. Third place to 43, Ty, Drew, and Aubrey Miller. And fourth place to Vondenheuvel Kids, Wapakoneta, Ohio, and entry number 41. Placing on the class, or the pair class, first place for the Oxfords, pair of yearling ewes. First place goes to Jillian Bing in Allenton, Wisconsin. Second place, Winning Way Sheep Farm, Moweaqua, Illinois. Third place to Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. And 4 to Gary and Vicki Brockman, Garden Prairie, Illinois. For the Katahdins, we're currently showing March Ram Lambs. Your next class will be pair of Ram Lambs, and then we'll show Junior Champion, Reserve Junior Champion, and then Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Ram.
Certainly a little give and take here in this March Ram Lamb class here on the Katahdin side, but certainly excellent quality all the way down. And certainly as you see the two that are on top there, I see the young ladies ram just comes out of that neck and shoulder region just a tick better. I certainly like him the way he lays that neck up on top of that shoulder, and certainly he's very level and square. He's one again that tracks and travels extremely well, certainly gives us some added width and dimension. I think the guy in second certainly is one to be commended in terms of his length of top and correctness of feet and legs. And I think where he excels in terms of his top line, he's certainly very correct. And that's where he gets around the third place ram there for the young lady. Really massive bodied, massive in terms of muscle shape is the young lady sheep that's in 3. I'd certainly like to make him a notch better right behind that shoulder, but comparable to the rams that are in 4 and 5, I just see him with a notch more massiveness in terms of his muscle shape and body makeup. I think one of the younger rams is the guy that's in 4th. You certainly love his length of top. Maybe he doesn't give us that show ring appeal maybe of some of the rams in the class, but when you handle him, he's extremely long from that last rib back, correct off both ends. He just needs a little more time to develop. Certainly as we round out the top 5 here, one again really massive in terms of body shape. I love this ram, certainly from the ground up in terms of his bone work, really massive in that area. One again, maybe we'd like to change him about his front 2 when he walks, but again, certainly a very good class of March Ram Lambs. Congratulations.
Placing on the class of Katahdin March Ram Lambs. First place goes to entry 31. Salmon Run 675, Leslie Raber, Sabatus, Maine. Second place to entry 36, Salmon Run 680, also Leslie Raber. Third place to entry 34, Francis 7272, Allie and Brant Francis, Paris, Missouri. Fourth place to entry 35, Brady Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. 5 to entry 33, Parker Hanscom, New Vineyard, Maine. Sixth place to entry 38, Samala Akers, Timothy Rhodes, Salem, Ohio. Seventh place to 39, Allie and Brant Francis, Paris, Missouri. And 8 to 32, Braden Burbrink, Columbus, Indiana.
No surprise as the trend goes in the purebred sheep circles, these fall sheep really strong throughout, no different here today, and tremendous individuals to work with and make the sort. And the ewe with the balance and bone and breed type, really long-sided, got some rib shape, wins this class, I think, going down the trail pretty nicely. I like the way this ewe comes in to that shoulder. She's got plenty to her. She carries out over hip and has nice movement on the trail. The ewe in second, I think, follows the type in kind. She comes up a little smaller overall, but I think the body shape is right. She's really level at the hip and acceptable on the move. And the larger frame ewe here we have in third. She's really extended up front. She comes up a little short in the parts as we move from the rib back, in contrast to the top 2 ewes. like to see her a little deeper in the flank. The ewe in fourth, big rugged, big boned, big body kind of a ewe. Doesn't have quite the overall style and balance of these top three. A real youthful appearing lamb here in fourth. I really like this sheep. She just loses a little bit of overall power, but she's really sound. She's really good, and believe me, needs to be in this lineup for the discussion. And we round out with another really outstanding Oxford fall ewe lamb here in fifth. Really long side. It doesn't have quite the travel that we got in those ewes moving up the line, but a really strong set. Congratulations.
Placing on the senior ewe lamb class for the Oxfords, first place goes to entry number 49, D Hall 232, Logan Averill, Litchfield, Maine. Second place to entry number 56, D Hall 240, Morgan Crouch, Maroa, Illinois. Third place to entry number 52, Winning Ways Sheep Farm, Mowequa, Illinois. 4 to entry 47, Addison Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. 5 to entry number 45, Ethan Smith and Edwards Oxfords, Stewardson, Illinois. 6th place to entry 54, Winning Ways Sheep Farm, Mowequa, Illinois. 7 to Lydia Poole, Murrayville, Illinois. 8th place to entry 53, Mallory, Emma, and Isaac Miner, Reelsville, Indiana. 9th also to Mallory, Emma, and Isaac Miner on entry 55. 10th place to entry number 44, Ethan Smith and Edwards Oxford, Stewardson, Illinois.
It's always exciting to do the champion drives and the senior drive. We've got yearling ewes, fall ewe lambs, and then our shorn yearling ewes as well in competition. And as we get in and look at big, massive yearling ewe, big bone, this ewe that wins the class, stands out on the corners. Really attractive ewe as well in second in this class to consider. Again, these fall ewe lambs, as they get along in the breeds, including the Oxfords today, they just get better and better in one of the deeper classes generally that we see today. And this one certainly exemplifies that in this class. The 1-2 winners, certainly big, powerful kind of ewes with a bright future, and really nice quality shorn ewes as well. I'll go name the champion and reserve seniors, and then please put your hands together and congratulate them.
Katahdin side here, junior champion. 6 individuals to select from, and of course the ones closest to me will be the champion junior. Really excellent quality out here, as we always know when we hit the green sawdust. They're always the powerful sheep that come down here and exhibit. And again, really a tribute to the Katahdin breed here, really moving forward, making them a lot better in terms of their pattern and shape and makeup. Just a tremendous show in terms of the ram side of it. Put our hands together in appreciation as I go out and select a junior and reserve junior champion. Thank you.
For the Oxfords, our senior champion went to the first place fitted yearling ewe, entry 30, Rocky Hill 5 Black, Rocky Hill Farm, Phil and Julie Chrome, Elizabeth, Illinois. The reserve senior champion to entry number 49 out of the senior ewe lamb class, D Hall 232, Logan Averill, Litchfield, Maine. placing on the Katahdin pair of Ram Lambs. First place went to entry to Leslie Raber, Sabatus, Maine. Second place to Brady Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. Third to Smala Acres, Tim Rhodes, Salem, Ohio. And fourth place to Allie and Brant Francis, Paris, Missouri. For the Katahdins, our junior champion was first place February Ram Lamb, entry to 25, Burbrink, 2204R, Braden Burbrink of Columbus, Indiana. The reserve junior champion was the first place January, entry number 22, Salmon Run 655, Leslie Raber of Sabatus, Maine.
Once again, really quality as we spoke in the junior division, and when we get out the senior champions here in the juniors, just really honored selecting and evaluating livestock like this, and certainly you could go a couple different ways. Today for champions going to be the yearling ram, and we're going to come back for the junior is going to be the reserve. Certainly two high quality individuals, and I think they represent the Katahdins very well. Let's put our hands together in appreciation of the champion and reserve here. Thank you.
For the Katahdin Grand Champion Ram, and that individual receiving the special award given in honor of Wes Limson. Champion goes to the senior champion, entry number 1 out of the yearling class, Power Drive, Salmon Run 480, Leslie Raber, Sabatus, Maine. The reserve grand champion was our junior champion from the February class, Burbrink 2204R, Braden Burbrink, Columbus, Indiana.
Great set of sheep, no doubt about it. Get on through them. There's some differences in maturity in this class, and I really appreciate that. And we'll talk about that as we go through. The real complete ewe, see what you get. Hands agree. Put the corners together. This ewe wins this class, I think, going away. She's long. She's got some rib shape. She's got bone work and to feet that support. Bright future in that ewe. I think same goes for the second ewe. Gets a little choppier in the corners compared to my top ewe, especially the last third, but a lot of that similar style and balance, and I think some really good things. The youthfulness in the discussion is this third and fourth place ewe. This third ewe, I really like this sheep. She doesn't travel as well as my top two. She was consideration for the win in this class. And that's the typical large class, either first or third. She ends up third today. She's got a long ways to go. I really, really like that sheep. Just doesn't have get over the top today. Well, the one that follows in line with hers is you in fourth place. Again, kind of not green, just more youthful. But she comes up a little lighter in her bone work. She's got a really good top in her, and she's really level, but she doesn't have enough power to get up into the top three. And the ewe we have in fifth, really complete ewe, as well designed as any of these sheep in the class. She walks extremely well, doesn't excel in the traits that we have in the top four ewes, and she ends up in fifth today. Congratulations.
Placing on the fitted January ewe lamb class for the Oxford show. First place goes to entry number 67, AA2228, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. Second to entry number 63, LA Farm K2202, Crispy, Logan Averill, Litchfield, Maine. Third place to entry 64, Logan Averill, Litchfield, Maine. Fourth place to entry 72, Jan Hoteling, Dolan, South Dakota. 5 to entry number 66, Emerald Valley Farm, Lauren Andy Meyer, Watertown, Wisconsin. 6th place to entry number 69, John A. Apple and Family, Greenfield, Indiana. 7 to entry 73, Lydia Poole, Murrayville, Illinois. 8th place to entry 60, Derek Burns, Baltimore, Ohio. 9 to 65, Gary and Vicki Brockman, Garden Prairie, Illinois. And 10th place to entry 68, Mallory, Emma, and Isaac Miner, Reelsville, Indiana.
Just one slick shear January, but boy, what a good one. What a good sheep this is. She's level. She's got enough framework to her. I think if you look at the growth potential, I think she fits in with certainly a good bit of those sheep in that previous class. She's level. She's designed well. Really, again, a lot of good outcome for this sheep in the breeding program, not just in the show ring. Congratulations.
Placing on the class of slick shear January ewe lambs for the Oxford show. In first place to entry 74, double A 2210, Ty, Drew, and Aubrey Miller, Huntington, Indiana.
Another ripping good set of Oxford ewe lambs here in the February class, and one that crawls up pretty easily to the top with all the tools and all the lights going from the front to the rear. A really attractive Oxford ewe lamb. Got some depth aside, the neck comes out of the right spot. She's really level, travels well as any ewe in the class. Just a really nice demonstration of the direction that the breed has taken. The ewe that best follows, and I struggle a little bit in this 2, 3, 4. I bring up the ewe maybe just a smidge longer sided than maybe the next two ewes in line, but you know, a ewe that's a little further along. Maybe my ewes in third and fourth. I like this ewe in third a bunch. She just seems to come up a little shorter sided on that view. I really admire the extension she has, and yet she's got really good bone work and really good top and design to her. I'm a bit more youthful appearing lamb here in fourth. Doesn't carry out quite as nicely at the hip as maybe the top three ewes in the class, but a bright future and a ewe that we really admire for her tools as well. And then with ewes in fourth, a little fifth place here. We just got just a little choppier in her makeup compared to these top ewes. And as we look at the future, and a really strong ewe to round out the class as well. Really well balanced and got body length to her. And again, nice representation of the Oxford breed and strength and power all the way down through the class. Congratulations.
Placing on the February class of ewe lambs for the Oxfords, first place goes to entry 79, Jackie. Emerald Valley 650, Emerald Valley Farm, Lauren Andy Meyer, Watertown, Wisconsin. Second place to 87, Brockman 1669, Gary and Vicki Brockman, Garden Prairie, Illinois. Third place to 84, Addison Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. 4 to entry 89, Rocky Hill Farm, Phil and Julie Crome, Elizabeth, Illinois. 5 to 86, Gary and Vicki Brockman, Garden Prairie, Illinois. 6th place to entry 76, Emily Erickson, Burlington, Wisconsin. 7th to 85, Steve Reed, Houstonia, Missouri. 8 to 82, Abby Least, Stoutsville, Ohio. 9 to 81, Chloe and Adrian Decker, Vincennes, Indiana. 10 to 78, Susie Shields, Marion, Indiana. And 11th place to 77, Ryan Halligan, Winchester, Kentucky.
One shorn lamb here in the Oxford division for the February classification, and really long-sided lamb, got a lot of balance about the muscle design. We probably put some rib shape in the sheep. She gets a little tubey in her makeup, add some color to her legs to make her, I think really ideal, but good quality lamb. I appreciate you bringing them out, and good luck in the breeding program with that ewe.
Placing on the slick sheared February ewe lamb, first place to Halligan 207, Ryan Halligan, Winchester, Kentucky.
starting the female side here of the Katahdins, and certainly a tremendous group out here. We had 18 entries in this yearling U class, and we've kind of sorted it out to these top 5, and just tremendous. And again, there's a lot of give and take. You've got some ewes that are close in terms of lambing. You've got some thinner ones, and certainly we kind of sorted through. And there are different makes and models, and you'll have that in every breed of sheep that you have. But again, I feel really confident on the 2 sheep that we have up here in 1 and 2, and certainly I'll share a few of the comments. I see a little more mass from end to end on the ewe that's in first place, especially right in that rear flank area, and she's a notch stouter in terms of her structure. She's one that's not the tallest frame sheep, but boy, she's the most complete. Handles extremely well, blends that neck and shoulder region. Right behind that shoulder, she's very neat. I certainly admire her for that, and she does have the right attitude, and she tracks and travels extremely well. I think the ewe in second place, really a flashy, eye-appealing sheep. I'd like to just give her a little more, if you will, in terms of her body makeup. Just drop her down just a trifle bit and certainly open her up in terms of that rib. But long-bodied, extremely well presented. She really shows off to me extremely well. She is the show sheep of the group. As we move into third, this sheep here you have to appreciate in terms of handle, extremely long, extremely level. One, again, that's very correct. I really admire her body makeup. She's really deep. I really like her for that, and she carries that condition very well and certainly tracks and travels extremely well. I think very close between 4 and 5 here. I use one that just tracks a little nicer and certainly off both ends, just a little nicer, really long-bodied, probably the longest hind-saddled sheep of the top 5 that we have out here. Really put a lot of good features together. As we round out, we've got one more of a broody type ewe, if you will. She doesn't have that pow and wow look, if you will, in terms of factor of eye appeal, but extended extremely well. I love her in that respect, really deep-sided. I'd like to change her just a little bit when she moves out, but boy, she's tremendous in her own right, and I think she vaults up here in this top 5 and certainly can talk about her. But again, really a nice class of yearling ewes. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause. Thank you.
Placing on the Katahdin yearling U class, first place goes to entry number 40, Salmon Run 391, Aphrodite, Leslie Raber, Sabatus, Maine. Second place to entry number 57, Salmon Run 571, Izzy, Leslie Raber, Sabatus, Maine. Third to 59, Brady Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. 4 to 52, Allie and Brant Francis, Paris, Missouri. Fifth place to 45, Douglas Brewer, Woodbine, Maryland. Sixth place to 43, Parker Hanscom, New Vineyard, Maine. 7 to entry 55, Leslie Raber, Sabatus, Maine. 8th place to entry number 54, Samala Acres, Timothy Rhodes, Salem, Ohio. 9 to 48, Mason Fritchie, Ward, South Dakota. And 10th place to entry 49, Timothy Rhodes, Samala Acres, Salem, Ohio.
Again, the quality deep in the March Ulam class and projecting a bit as we go forward. These are the youngest animals under the exhibition, and the freshness of these top two certainly attracts my attention. You get in and look at it and you handle them. This is a really long, proportionally designed sheep here to win the class. She's really long from that rib back, kind of surprising, pleasant surprise. You put your hands on them, really short fleece, and tons of extension and bone to go with that to put the package together. Very attractive view here in second, and it's splitting hairs on type and design. She comes up a little shorter in their overall makeup, but a big frame of you, one you like the extension. Doesn't carry out quite as nicely in length of hip as we got in that first ewe. And some really complete ewes here in third, fourth, fifth, just really great sheep. Got some body length, they got some rib shape to them. And as you get in and handle them, just again reminds you of the power in the breed, the progress that's been made in the Oxford breed. I've judged a few times before. I'm very impressed with the foresight, the direction in making your breed better and your animals attractive to others, and be part of your Oxford family. Congratulations in class.
For the March and later born class of the Oxford show, first place goes to entry 98, Rocky Hill 2208, Rocky Hill Farm, Phil and Julie Crome, Elizabeth, Illinois. Second to entry 99, D Hall 244, Winning Ways Sheep Farm, Moweaqua, Illinois. Third place to entry 93, Logan Averill, Litchfield, Maine. Fourth place to entry 95, Logan Averill, Litchfield, Maine. Fifth place to entry 96, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. Sixth to entry 94, Addison Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Seventh place to entry 97, Steve Reed, Houstonia, Missouri. 8 to entry 100, Derek Burns, Baltimore, Ohio. And 9 to entry 92, Chloe and Adrian Decker, Vincennes, Indiana. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes for the Katahdin show, first place went to Leslie Raber, Sabatus, Maine. Second place to Brady Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. Third, Parker Hanschcom, New Vineyard, Maine. 4 to Samala Acres, Timothy Rhodes, Salem, Ohio. 5 to Allie and Brant Francis, Paris, Missouri.
This is in the March slick class for the Oxford breeding ewes, and a great set of sheep all the way through. Some differences certainly, but they're all really good ewes, and I think easily we win the class with this ewe. You like your eyes on this sheep. She's got all the balance. You know, we add a little more rib shape to her as she matures. She's a young ewe, but the shoulder or the neck comes out of the shoulder where it belongs. She got really good bone work, and she's level and got some muscle stability built into that sheep. Really bright future. And a bigger rib kind of view here in second comes up with just as not as much flash about her. There is a show ring, so she's going to come in second, but it's a really good sheep. And then a very youthful appearing lamb, doesn't have enough overall, gets out pounds today, but really good. We add a little more breed type to that sheep as we go as well would be helpful, but she just loses out on the pounds of today, but really good set. Congratulations.
For the slick shared March and later born ewe lamb class for the Oxford show, first place goes to entry 104, AA 2240, Bristol and Briar Buckland, Huntington, Indiana. Second place to 103, AA 2241, Ty Drew and Aubrey Miller, Huntington, Indiana. Third place to entry 105, Ryan Halligan, Winchester, Kentucky. Now ready to show for junior champion and reserve junior champion ewe for the Oxfords. That'll be followed by the pair of ewe lamb class. Again, Oxford exhibitor meeting 15 minutes after the conclusion of your show in the main lobby. There's a lounge area in that main lobby. That's where the meeting will be.
It's a real opportunity to be part of the evaluation process on such a fine set of sheep and a great set of exhibitors. Again, commend the quality as we have the classes go through. They're all really strong. They have nice flow to them because they're really deep. And exemplified in the lineup for the junior drive, and that's your future. That's next year's go-around. That's a lamb crop for the next 5 years coming out of a lot of these outstanding elite females. January, February, March, slicks included with their really good sheep, and second in line within the respective classes. I'll go and name the champion in reserve on the junior U drive. I'm again really impressed. I'm really pleased to be part of this, and we wish all you a wonderful future with your breed and your endeavors.
Junior champion U for the Oxford Show goes to our first place in the February ewe lamb fitted class, entry 79. Emerald Valley 650, Emerald Valley Farm, Laura and Andy Meyer, Watertown, Wisconsin. The reserve junior champion was the first place animal in the fitted January ewe lamb class, entry 67. AA 2228, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. Now ready for pair of ewe lambs. Pair of ewe lambs will be your next class, and then we'll show for grand and reserve grand champion ewe.
Katahdin side senior ULAM class. Probably the most competitive and certainly the deepest class that we've had today. And certainly that's a tribute to the breeders of bringing out outstanding livestock for me to evaluate, and certainly it's an honor to do that and to get these placed, in my opinion, the way they should be. Certainly one that is a combination sheep in terms of mass. She's really deep-sided, and still with that, she has the good look. She's extremely well balanced. She's really deep-sided and still has that elevation to her. I love the way she's put together up through her front end. She's as correct as you can get one off both ends when you put them in motion. Just really a nice place to start. She just has that added width and dimension over the more maybe extreme U, if you will, in second. I really love her length at top. She's as correct off both ends when you put her in motion also. She just doesn't drop down quite as much maybe in that lower third, but she shows me that she's very youthful. She's going to be a tremendous yearling ewe, and up to this point, she's done extremely well, and that young lady needs to be commended. Certainly, when we move into 3 and 4, I felt the ewe in third just gives us a little more squareness, especially right through that dock area. She isn't as tall, maybe, outlined as the ewe that's in fourth, but I really love her pattern and makeup. I think, again, bright days are ahead for that young gal. As we move into more of a broody type of ewe, if you will, is the one for the young man that's in fourth, really tall at the shoulder. I love her in that respect. And again, we just maybe like to level her out just a trifle bit, but she's tremendous in terms of the way she's put together up through her front end, that neck and shoulder region to go. And we move into the top 5 here. We round out one that's really soggy-bodied. I love her in that respect, really deep-sided, tremendous amount of power when you get behind that ewe, and certainly a handle through that loin region. Just a tremendous female, and she just really came into a powerful set of females. Congratulations here.
And again, we see the strength and depth of the Oxford show right in front of your eyes, with the senior and junior champion and reserves represented. You know, there's, again, a bright future. There's a lot of depth. The classes were deep. The quality certainly exemplified in these winners. And as we make our way to the end of this story with the name of champion in reserve, I commend all of you for the quality you brought out again. And put your hands together. I'll name the champion in reserve.
Grand Champion ewe for the Oxford show goes to the senior champion out of the fitted yearling class. Entry number 30, Rocky Hill 5 Black. Rocky Hill Farm, Phil and Julie Crome, Elizabeth, Illinois. The reserve grand champion was our junior champion. Coming out of the class of February fitted ewe lambs. Entry 79, Emerald Valley 650, Emerald Valley Farm, Laura and Andy Meyer, Watertown, Wisconsin. Next class will be best headed. Best headed ewe will be the next class.
Four seniors out here, the 2 yearling ewes and the 2 senior ewe lambs here for your senior champion. Really, really high quality females in the yearling ewes, and certainly didn't disappoint me in the senior ewe lambs. Also, Today for champion, we're going to go with the senior ewe lamb here for the senior champion. Just tremendous in terms of her body makeup and her balance. I think that's where she gets around the other three in this particular lineup. Just tremendous off both ends, and certainly we love her type and kind. For reserve, we're going to go to the yearling ewe up there. She really won a powerful class also. We talked about her balance, her length of top, and certainly correct. Both of these females tremendous in their own right. Let's give them a nice round of applause. Thank you.
Placing on the fall-born class for the Katahdins, first place went to entry 72, Riviera 956, 735. Chad and Elizabeth Kiefer, Patton, Missouri. Second place to 74, Salmon Run 521, Leslie Raber, Sabatus, Maine. Third place to entry number 65, Salmon Run 575, Leslie Raber, Sabatus, Maine. Fourth place to 75, Mike and Leslie Nelsh, Riviera, Cable, Ohio. 5 to 70, Allie and Brant Francis, Paris, Missouri. Sixth place to entry 226, Riviera, Mike and Leslie Nelsh, Cable, Ohio. 7 to 63, Dyer Family Katahdins, John, Judy, and Scott Dyer, Chrisney, Indiana. Eighth place to entry 61, Douglas Brewer, Woodbine, Maryland. 9 to entry number 73, Braden Burbrink, Columbus, Indiana. And 10 to 68, Allie and Brant Francis of Paris, Missouri. Placing on the Oxford pair of ewe lambs, first place went to Logan Averill, Litchfield, Maine. Second place to Winning Ways Sheep Farm, Moweaqua, Illinois. Third to Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. Fourth place to Emerald Valley Farm, Laura and Andy Meyer, Watertown, Wisconsin. Fifth place to Rocky Hill Farm, Phil and Julie Crome, Elizabeth, Illinois. Sixth place to to Gary and Vicki Brockman, Garden Prairie, Illinois. 7, Lydia Poole, Murrayville, Illinois. 8, Mallory, Emma, and Isaac Miner, Reelsville, Indiana. 9, Ryan Halligan, Winchester, Kentucky. For the Katahdins, our senior champion was first place in the senior ewe lamb class. Riviera 956, 735. Entry number 72, Elizabeth and Chad Kiefer. Of Patton, Missouri. Reserve went to our yearling ewe. Entry number 40, Salmon Run 391, Aphrodite, Leslie Raber, Sabatus, Maine. For the Oxford show, best headed ewe went to Logan Averill, Litchfield, Maine, on LA Farm in 2201 Appalachian. We do want to thank Duncan and Lee Averill and their family for sponsoring both Best Headed Awards in both the Rams and Ewes for the Oxford show. Again, Logan Averill of Litchfield, Maine will be our premier exhibitor. Placings on those flock classes, as I was using the wrong microphone. First to Winning Ways Sheep Farm. Second, Ty Miller. Third, Ethan Smith and Edwards Oxfords. And fourth place to Gary and Vicki Brockman of Garden Prairie, Illinois. We want to thank our judge, Mr. Jeff Held. That does conclude the Oxford show. Southdown exhibitors, give us a few minutes so we can get set up.
we're starting the junior division here on the Katahdin side, and certainly a lot of give and take again. And in junior classes, we'll see a little more of that in terms of framework, in terms of the way they are far along in terms of maturity, and certainly leaner type sheep. So again, as we move into these junior classes, there will be some give and take, and I wonder why he did that. But again, certainly I think the combination sheep is this young man's ewe here in first. I really love her when she came out and moves and tracks. Tremendous from the ground up. She's really big and bold in terms of that bone work. She's really wide from end to end. You just love her in terms of her rib shape. I think where she excels is that in terms of her rib, in terms of her width and dimension, and then she has everything else going for her in terms of her type, in terms of her feet and legs, and again, the stoutness that we're certainly looking for. Really a nice place to start here in the January class. I think it gets a little closer between 2 and 3. Second place ewe, certainly one that's extremely show quality, if you will, from the look from the side. You certainly love her in terms of her pattern, her levelness and straightness of lines. She just doesn't give us quite as much body as the ewe that's in first, or the muscle shape as we see in that first place ewe, but certainly really elevated, if you will, from the ground. You certainly admire the correctness and levelness and straightness of lines. Third place ewe, and again, we'd just like to give her a little more width and dimension to get around those first two ewes, but really long and tall, and certainly very correct off both ends. I think when we come into the fourth and fifth place ewes, I see a little more width and dimension in terms of muscle shape, and certainly one that's very correct. She isn't maybe as long as the ewe that went in up here in 5, but I felt that she gives us a little more product when you handle that ewe down her top, and certainly in the lower third. Young man needs to be commended. Really a tremendous showman out here. He gets that ewe shown off to me very well. One again that's really long-bodied. She just needs a little more development. She doesn't have quite as much muscle shape as the first 4 ewes, but certainly again, young man, you do a really nice job showing. Congratulations as we start our January junior ewe lambs. Thank you.
Placing on the Katahdin January ewe lamb class, first place goes to entry 84, Samala Acres, Tim Rhodes, Salem, Ohio. Second place to entry 80, at Salmon Run 596, Leslie Raber, Sabatus, Maine. Third place to 81, Leslie Raber, Sabatus, Maine. 4 to 91, Braden Burbrink, Columbus, Indiana. 5 to 78, Mason Fritchie, Ward, South Dakota. Sixth place to 89, Brady Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. Seventh place to 77, Austin Logan Addison and Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. Eighth place to entry 90, Mason Fritchie, Ward, South Dakota. 9 to 62, Douglas Brewer, Woodbine, Maryland. And 10 to 79, Tyler Rodman, Marshfield, Missouri. As our Southdown yearling rams are entering the ring, I'd like to introduce our judge for the National Southdown Show, J.J. Maddox of Thomas, Oklahoma. J.J. is the Ag Education Advisor. They raise Southdowns and Dorsets with his family, and he serves on the Southdown Board of Directors. Let's welcome J.J. Maddox to your National Southdown Show.
February ewe lambs here on the Katahdin side. Certainly, again, very competitive about the top 5, and we do have some differences in terms of maturity and development up to this point. And I think when we put all that together, the ewe that's in first, I think just puts everything together for me in terms of length, in terms of correctness, in terms of body makeup, and certainly one, again, that's extremely long and still holds herself together down her top line. I really admire her for that, and she is one that really shows off in terms of her quality out here in the ring. I think she's going to be a big-time yearling ewe, and certainly up to this point has done very well in terms of her grow and her body makeup, and she still looks youthful enough up through her head. As we move into the second place ewe, I'd certainly like to give her just a little more stoutness from the ground up, I think, to get around that ewe that's in first. But she, again, a really fresh handling sheep. One, again, that just doesn't have quite as much mass as the ewe that's winning the class, but you certainly love her up through her front end. She's very clean and neat, and she's one, again, maybe of the top 5 here. She's the leaner type one that shows me she's really going to grow into a tremendous yearling ewe. Really 2 powerful females here in the February ewe lamb class. More massive ewe, if you will, is the ewe that's in third. You certainly love her for that aspect. She's correct off both ends, really deep-sided. I really admire her for that. And one, again, that I think just fits in there very nicely in terms of her brood ewe qualities. Move into 2 females coming up next. The more level ewe, if you will, is the one that's in 4th place over 5. Just gives us a little more length and levelness, but really a high-quality set of females here in this February class. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause. Thank you.
We're over here on the Southtown side, and it's a pleasure to get to work these sheep today. And here in this yearling ram class, there were some challenging decisions up here for me, and I guess I just finally landed on the one that I think is just probably the most fault-free, the one that just kind of balances the best from the side, and he's the one that gives you the most totals. He's the one that gives us some mass and width down his top. He's thick and square in his hip. He carries that width and dimension to the ground really good. I like this one's center body and how shallow he is up to his chest plate for that much body and softness in his lower flank there. I think that one's still just the logical place for me to start, just in terms of one that balances from the side. The one here in second's the one he has all the wow factor and the cool body shape and the roundness of cage that I like. This one just looks a little more youthful and immature to me. He's not as bold in his center body as the buck we started with, but I do like that one, center body. I like his touch, his mass down his top. Just like to give that one just a little more body to make him in terms of ideal to go ahead and make him run up and chase that one that wins. The one here in third, this one's the big robust sheep in the class, and I really like that about that sheep. He's busted open in his center body. He's got some mass. He's one that's probably a little deceiving from ringside. He's one that is bold at his rack shape and carries that width into a super big, thick, square hip. I'd like to change that one's breed character just a little bit for me. He gets a little dark and a little chalky around his mouth line there for me, but an excellent buck there. I do like that one's robust and center body there. The buck in fourth, he's a good outline sheep. He gets a little rougher and piecier down our top for me. He is one that has some muscle and some dimension down his top. He's one that, just smooth that one up. We can make that one go ahead and move on up. The one running our class, this one's super robust and big centered and lots of muscle. Just like to make this one just a tick neater up through his shoulder and his front end design, but an excellent robust kind of breed, has some breeding value in the Southdown breed. An excellent class. Give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Placing on the yearling ram class for the Southdowns, first place to entry 2. Howe Farms 2060, Mongo, Bo and Peyton Howe, Danforth, Illinois. Second place to entry number 12, Oldenburg 1098, J. Lee Oldenburg Farms, Mulhall, Oklahoma. Third place to entry number 10, Brian Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky. 4 to Mackenzie Paget and J. Lee Oldenburg, Kirkland, Indiana. 5 to entry 7, Olivia Scuddery, Gaithersburg, Maryland. 6 to entry 6, J. Lee Oldenburg Farms, Mulhall, Oklahoma. 7 to 11, Mallory Bowers, Lafayette, Indiana. And 8 to entry 4, Brian Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky. Placing on the Katahdin February ewe lamb class, first place to entry 92, Salmon Run 703, Raylyn DeRocher, Pittsfield, New Hampshire. Second place to 100, BMB 2207, Riviera, Mike and Leslie, Nelsh Cable, Ohio. Third place to entry number 103, Samala Acres, Timothy Rhodes, Salem, Ohio. 4 to entry 104, Salmon Run Farm, Leslie Raber, Sabatus, Maine. Fifth place to entry number 102, Parker Hanschcom, New Vineyard, Maine. Sixth place to entry 105, Allie and Brant Francis, Paris, Missouri. 7 to entry number 93, Douglas Brewer, Woodbine, Maryland. 8 to 95, Braden Burbrink, Columbus, Indiana. 9 to entry 82, Leslie Raber, Sabatus, Maine. 10th place to 94, Samala Acres, Timothy Rhodes, Salem, Ohio.
Back over on the Southtown side here, we've got four fall bucks come to the ring here, and I think there's one that just logically comes to place for me in terms of one that you just start him at the ground and build him up. I mean, that one's super big-footed. He carries that width and dimension and stoutness of feature up to the top side of his skeleton. Then you get on top of this one's super bold and round about his rib cage, carries that width and dimension back. He has a super big flat hip and a great big hip and loin, and carries that width and dimension down to a nice full leg. I think that one's just a really logical place for me to start. The one here in second, I do like this when you get your hands on him. He's one that's probably maybe a little bigger and square, about as rack shaped than the ram we started with, but I just didn't find this one being as neat and shallow and neat about his chest plate and his shoulder build and his neck attachment as the one we start with. I do like this one's width and dimension and mass. As you get down his top, he just needs to make you a little neater and prettier about that front end for me. And then a buck here in third, a good outline sheep, one that just gives you just the solid basic build of one. This one just needs to be more robust and bold from end to end for me. We'd like to make that one just a little darker about his points for me up around his head and his mouth there. But just good, kind of a good, robust, good-looking one there. Rounding out the class, a good line, one that's good lines, good look from the side. Just needs more width and dimension to move any higher. An excellent class of fall rams. Give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Placing on the early senior Ram Lamb class for the Southdowns, first place went to entry 18, Scramlin 2209, LC Scramlin, Holly, Michigan. Second place to entry 17, FP Livestock 21415, Bandit. FP Livestock, Olivia Ainsley and Braylon Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. Third to entry 15, Bowen Peyton Howe, Danforth, Illinois. And 4 to entry 14, Emma Peters, Versailles, Ohio.
March ewe lambs here on the Katahdin side. Again, I think we have a trio of lambs here I think go together extremely well, and sir, there is some differences between the three, but I think they have the most value and get them up here in these top three. Certainly the fall free sheep is the one that's in first for the young lady. Extremely well balanced, and again, she's very useful for a March baby. She looks like it, she handles like it, and certainly when you view her from the side, she just has a tremendous look and eye appeal to her. More massive view is the one for the young lady that's in second. Really love the pattern and makeup of this female. Really deep-sided, really robust in terms of her rib shape. I love her for that. One, again, that maybe isn't quite as fancy or youthful appearing as the ewe that's winning the class, but she's a good one in your own right. Congratulations, young lady. Third place ewe is just a real simple ewe that comes together extremely nice down her top line. She's correct off both ends, maybe not elevated as much as some of the ewes in these top five, but really balances out extremely well, really walks out extremely well on both ends. Move more of a taller frame sheep, more of an outline ewe, if you will. I'd like to just change her a notch off those hind two when she moves. But again, she's tremendous in terms of her overall pattern. Her makeup, I think she's going to be a really tall outline female come a yearling time. As we round out our top five, very similar to the ewe that's in third in terms of mass. Really appreciate the amount of volume that female has. We'd maybe like to elevate her a notch and certainly give her a little more length at top. But again, tremendous March ewe lamb class. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause. Thank you.
Back over in the late fall rams here on the south down side, we've got one that he kind of wins one for me that just kind of comes to the top. He's the combination one again. He's one that gives us a good look from the side. He's one that when you get on top of him, he's one that gives you a really bold touch, big heroic back and a big round body cavity in him and carries that depth and fullness through his flank and then into a thick square hip. Probably just a logical place for me to start. The one here in second, my next decision was between second and third here. The one I think I'll go ahead and put in second, he's the one that's tall at the point of his shoulder. I like this one just in terms of his straightness, the top line. He does have some width, the dimension to his hip. Yeah, I'd like to maybe give this one just a little more shaped up to his upper rib cage, give him a little turn there to make him in terms of ideal. But I like that one's body cavity and build to go ahead and be second in the class. The one in third is the one back in our yearling class, the one that's really gives you that wow factor look from the side. He's one that is round about his body cavity. That one just gets a little more wavy and piecey down his top for me. He's not as bold when you get right on top of him compared to the bucks we start with, but a really nice buck there to be third. And then the buck there in fourth, a good outline sheep, one that's got some touch and some muscle to his shape. And then rounding out the class, we've got a good outline ram. It just gets a little too flat and narrow from base to base for me. An excellent class. Give those exhibitors a round of applause.
Placing on the March Ewe Lambs for the Katahdin Show, first place went to entry 106, Salmon Run 726, Raylyn DeRocher, Pittsfield, New Hampshire. Second place to entry number 113, MKZ 0119, Lily Fritchie, Ward, South Dakota. Third place to 107, Allie and Brant Francis, Paris, Missouri. 4 to entry number 107, Leslie Raber, Sabatus, Maine. 5 to entry 116, Allie and Brant Francis, Paris, Missouri. 6th place to 115, Leslie Raber, Sabatus, Maine. 7 to entry 109, Braden Burbrink, Columbus, Indiana. 8 to 108, Parker Hanschcom, New Vineyard, Maine. 9 to 119, Tessa Bassett, Rhineyville, Kentucky. 10th placing on the Southdown late senior Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 22, Canettle 2206, Brienne Carson and Cole Canettle, Downs, Illinois. Second place to entry 26, Holy Smokes, A&M 2R258, A&M Ranch, Amy and Mark Johnson, Sandwich, Illinois. Third place to entry 20, Mallory Bowers, Lafayette, Indiana. 4 to entry 24, Megan Sowers, Tiffin, Ohio. And 5 to entry 21, Hannah Schultz, Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin.
Out here for our senior champion in our Ram Drive here. We had an excellent set of bucks come out for that division, and I think I'm really pleased with the class winners as they come back and come back on this front line. They're probably not all the same or don't look the same, but I think there's kind of a pattern that I kind of want to look for today in terms of sheep that's good in their top lines and super bold and bold and at the top side of their skeleton and carry that width and dimension of the ground. There's one buck out here that I think this one's just the way this one's built. He's just so good at the ground, and then you make this one, you get on top of this one. This one's just so big and robust and super square. I think these looks like a stud buck. This early fall buck here will be your senior champion. We'll bring that buck out. That second in that class come in. He's one I thought was one that kind of resembles our champion there in terms of one that just center body. I just like to make that one just a little neater in terms of ideal. But I think the buck that pushed our champion close, and in my terms of mine, and just the way that one's built and just robust look, is the buck out of the late fall class there. He'll be reserved.
In our Southdown ring, our senior champion goes to entry number 18 out of the early senior Ram Lamb class, Scramlin 2209, LC Scramlin and family, Holly, Michigan. The reserve senior champion was the first place animal out of the late senior Ram Lamb class, entry number 22, Canettle 2206, Brienne Carson and Cole Canettle, Downs, Illinois. Placing on the Katahdin pair of ewe lamb class, first place goes to Leslie Raber, Sabatus, Maine. Second place to Timothy Rhodes, Samala Acres, Salem, Ohio. Third place to Raylyn DeRocher, Pittsfield, New Hampshire. 4, Allie and Brant Francis, Paris, Missouri. 5 to Brady Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. 6th place to Parker Hanschkem, New Vineyard, Maine. 7 to Mason Fritchie, Ward, South Dakota. 8th place, Lily Fritchie, Ward, South Dakota.
And as we wind down junior division here, the 6 individuals for the junior champion and reserve, really honored, and again, tremendous females and certainly all the way down in terms of quality in each of the classes today. But again, just tremendous. We could talk about each one of these. I did in class. Before I go out and slap the champion sheep, let's go ahead and put our hands together in appreciation. Really a tremendous Katahdin show. Congratulations.
Our Katahdin Junior Champion goes to the first place January ULAM. Entry 84, Rhodes 2228, Somalia Acres, Timothy Rhodes, Salem, Ohio. The Reserve Champion goes to our Reserve Junior Champion goes to the February ULAM class winner. Entry 92, Salmon Run 703, Raylyn DeRocher, Pittsfield, New Hampshire.
Again, here on the Katahdin side, final 4 females, and certainly as we round out the show, just all the way down, just tremendous quality as I spoke earlier. Today for champions going to be the senior division. I really like the senior ULAM and certainly the yearling U on the far end. Both of those females just go together extremely well. We're going to stay in that division. Champion is the first place in terms of the senior ULAM. Yearling U will be reserve. Congratulations. Let's put our hands together. Tremendous show, guys.
Grand champion ewe for the Katahdin show was our senior champion ewe, entry number 72 out of the fall ewe lamb class, Riviera 956-735, Chad and Elizabeth Kiefer, Patton, Missouri. The reserve grand champion was our reserve senior champion, entry number 40, Salmon Run 391, Aphrodite, Leslie Raber, Sabatus, Maine. Now showing best forehead of lambs.
Back over on the January side of the Southdown Rams, a little more challenging, parts and pieces and kind of laid together in personal preference. And so the one I landed on to go ahead and start the class is the one that it gives you the wow factor when you get him propped up. I mean, this one is so cool from the side. This one's body cavity and shape and touch of muscle down his top. His squareness of hip is good. Would I like to make this one go a little easier out of his hip and hind leg? Yeah, that's something I have a little bit of that's my question with that one, but that one's so good and so photogenic from the side. I like that one to go ahead and start just in terms of one that just has the sheer touch and the look. The one here in second's one that he's a little deceiving. Maybe when you look off from the side, he maybe gets just a little plainer about his look from the side, but yet when you get on top of this one's another one of those ones that's super big and bold in his rack shape. He carries that width and dimension down his top into a thick square hip. Carries it to the ground good. Yeah, we'd like to maybe make this one just a little neater about his shoulder and neck attachment as it comes out, but that's being critical one that has lots of good parts and pieces. I feel like that's the next combination sheep in the class to go ahead and be second. The one in third is the one that, he's one that I just love this one from the ground up. I mean, this one is big-footed and robust, carries that athleticism around the ring. I like that about him. Maybe just like to give this one just a little more shape and touch of muscle for me, but I like that one's genuine build and look. An excellent high-quality ram there to be third. The one here in fourth, this is a tall-shouldered, good-looking, straight-topped one that's got some shape of muscle. He gets just a little plainer and flatter about his feature from the side profile, but one I do like, this one's construction and look. And that one, like I said, that one's just a good fault-free kind that I just like that one's build to go there and be in second. Or in fourth there. The one that rounding out our top five, this is a good-looking sheep. I like lots of things about this one. This one's youthfulness look, his softness about his center, his robust look. Just like to make this one just a little bolder and thicker when you get down to the base of his stifle. Just give him a little more shot of muscle there. An excellent class of January bucks. A fun one to sort. Give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Placing on the Katahdin Best 4 Head of Lambs, first place goes to Leslie Raber, Sabatus, Maine. Second place to Timothy Rhodes, Somalia Acres, Salem, Ohio. Third to Brady Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. And 4 to Allie and Brant Francis, Paris, Missouri. And as our flocks leave, do want to announce premier exhibitor for the National Katahdin Show is Leslie Raber, Salmon Run Farms, Sabatus, Maine. That does conclude the National Katahdin Show. Our judge has been John Merzinski. Placings for the Southdown January Ram Lamb class. First place goes to entry 37, Oldenburg 2032, J. Lee Oldenburg Farms, Mulhall, Oklahoma. Second place to entry 30, Forsey R 2232, Forsey Southdowns, Owenton, Kentucky. Third to entry number 31, A&M Ranch, Mark and Amy Johnson, Sandwich, Illinois. 4 to entry 32, Forsey Southdowns, Owenton, Kentucky. 5 to 28, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. 6th place to 35, Cole and Carson Knettle, Downs, Illinois. 7 to entry 34, Wyatt Wiersbecki, Orwick, Missouri. 8th place to 36, Shelby Pollard, Brockton, Illinois. 9 to 29, Oliver Nicholson, South Windsor, Connecticut. And 10 to entry 27, Arthur Nelson, South Shore, South Dakota. Judging the tuna show today is Alex Wolf of Upper Sandusky, Ohio. Alex owns and operates Wolf Brothers Livestock. Along with his wife Melissa and their 3 children, they raise registered natural colored sheep as well as club lambs. Alex currently serves on the Ohio Sheep and Wool Program Board. Let's welcome Alex Wolf to your tuna show.
Well, good afternoon. A really nice way to start out the tuna show, and I'd like to say thanks to all the breeders and exhibitors again for selecting me to come down here and giving me the opportunity to come out on the green shavings and sort through your show. I'm really anticipating a high-quality show. We come out here, we've got a really nice kind of a ram out here, one that's long-bodied. He's long from that 13th on back. He's got a good basic build about him. I like the butt skeleton up through the front end. One that's really sound on the move, a nice kind of a ram. Congratulations.
Over here on the February side of Rams here, maybe a little more challenging and took a little extra time here, but I guess when we finally just break them down, I think there's some things that I'd like to change about every one of these Rams on the front 5 here, and I guess when we get down and we just get them probably propped up and looked at, this one here is the one that I keep coming back to in terms of one of just good built at the ground up. One that has a good look from the side that I like to look for. sheep that balance good from the side. This one has lots of muscle down his top. He's square in his shape and carries that width and dimension back through his loin into a thick square hip. Yeah, I'd like to make that one better on the go when he goes. He wants to get it a little tighter in his spine on the go, but I still think that's one when we get him propped up is the one I want to go ahead and land on and win with. The one here in second is another one of those really unique bodied sheep that I like to talk about. I've talked about in previous few classes, and today this one here is just one of those that's just good, solid built. Yeah, maybe I'd like to make him just a little freer on the go as well. His biggest concern to me, I'd like to maybe make his testicle size a little different compared to some of the contemporaries in the class, but one that's just a good, solid build one. I like his muscle shape, his width and dimension as you get on top of him, one that just gives you that attractive look as well. The one here in third is the one that maybe he's kind of a problem sheep in the class. This one has lots of good features. Maybe they just don't blend together as good for me in terms of one. And maybe I'd like to change his front end design a little bit, but that's being critical of one that's good looking from the side. I like this one's probably the longest flank from flank to flank of any buck in the class. But one, I like his touch. I like his muscle shape, his squareness of hip. Maybe he's 1-2. We could give him a shot more lower stifle to make him in terms of ideal. But I do like lots of parts and pieces about that one as well. The one here in fourth and fifth bucks here, they're very kind of similar in type and kind. They are super robust and big in their center body. They have lots of muscle shape down their top. In a weather program, I think them bucks would be really good in that aspect. You just like to make them a little longer and maybe make them bounce a little better. But an excellent class of February bucks here. Give these exhibitors a round of applause.
As we come into the slick sheared yearling bucks over here on the tuna side, two really nice rams, and they're definitely different in their type and kind and pattern. The buck we're opting to start with, the sounder of the two bucks for me today, one that's extremely level down his top. He comes back to the wider hip. He's more opened up through the center portion of his skeleton. One that you really appreciate about his angles. We set this one into motion. He wants to track just a touch narrower than I prefer, but I think all in all, he's a nice place to start. We come to a really long outlined ram here in second. Love the elegance, love the style of this sheep. One that really surprises when you put your hands on him. He is a wide hip buck. He's got more center body than what you read from the side. One that maybe I just like to make him a notch sounder in terms of his mouth today to be able to go ahead and start with him. But I think two really nice rams. Congratulations.
Results from the Tunis yearling ram class. First place goes to entry number 1, Shambo's 2061 Neo, Todd and Jessica Briscoe, Brookville, Ohio. Placing on the Slick Shorn yearling ram class. First place goes to entry 2, S&T 2144, Justine Bielewitz, Hunt, New York. Second place to entry 3, MJM Family Farm 2103. Final answer, Madeline, Jacoby, McKenzie, and Macy Mag, Ottawa, Ohio. Placing on the class of February Ram Lambs for the South Downs. First place to entry 48, Forsey R 22147, Forsey South Downs, Owenton, Kentucky. Second place to entry 42, Oldenburg 2027, J. Lee Oldenburg Farms, Mulhall, Oklahoma. Third to entry 45, Logan Tanner and Riker Beckmeyer, Atwood, Illinois. 4 to entry number 50, Mallory Bowers, Lafayette, Indiana. 5 to 44, Addison True, Ochi, Tennessee. Sixth place to entry 38, Brianne Carson and Cole Knettle, Downs, Illinois. 7 to entry 40, Landry Krieger, Washington, Indiana. 8 to 39, Bo and Peyton Howe, Danforth, Illinois. 9 to 41, Mallory Bowers, Lafayette, Indiana. And 10th place to 43, Hudson Fleener, Gettysburg, Pennsylvania.
a really nice class of Rams over here. You get into the tuna side, and the one we're going to start with is definitely the outlier of the class, and he's kind of your decision maker as well. But when you go through and analyze him, he's the best in terms of the front third of his skeleton, really straight down his top as well. And boy, he's surprising. He's got the wider loin and the wider hip of this class as well. So you put everything together, maybe he's a little on the larger side, a little more out there than I prefer to see him. But when you put everything together, I think he's the buck that also has to start this class for me. We come to a ram here in second. You really like the design off to the side of this ram in terms of his chest floor and his flank, one that's round about his body shape, one that's given up a little bit in terms of top shape, and in length the hind saddle compared to that class winner, but I think another nice buck in his own right. Buck here in 3 is one I contemplated using for a while. Really like the length of body of this ram, like the roundness in terms of center body of this ram. One that's maybe not quite as neat through the front third of his skeleton for me today. But when you get over top of him and analyze him, really big and massive, doesn't have quite the hip we're seeing in a class winner up here. I'm into the fourth ram out here. One that you really appreciate in terms of his breed design and style. He's good about his feet and legs, just giving up too much in terms of pounds. When you put your hands on him, he just doesn't have near the muscle up high compared to the rest of the class, so he ends up in 4 today. But a really nice class of Rams. Congratulations.
Placing on the fall Ram Lamb class for the Tunis. First place went to entry 6, S&T 2222, Justine Biowitz of Hunt, New York. Second place to 7, Spildy 612, Blackjack, McCain Music, Camp Point, Illinois. Third to entry 5, Justine Biowitz, Hunt, New York, and 4 to entry 8, Arthur Nelson, South Shore, South Dakota.
Well, 3 nice Rams out here for your senior division in the fitted side. Just really nice, kind of a massive yearling buck out here. One that's good about his feet and legs, he's good about his breed type. And then we come back and we had a really good class of fall Rams down through there, all 4 of them. And again, really a stylish type of a sheep. And one on the other side that's maybe a notch more moderate compared to him, but one that's built really cool. I think all 3 of these offer some good. Today, we're going to go ahead and we're going to use this first and second senior Rams for your champion and reserve. 3 really nice Rams. Congratulations.
For the fitted senior champion Ram for the Tunis show, it goes to entry number 6 from the fall Ram Lamb class, S&T 2222, Justine Biowitz, Hunt, New York. The reserve senior champion fitted Ram goes to our second place in the fall class, entry 7, Speldy 612, Blackjack, McLean Music, Camp Point, Illinois.
Over on our marked side of Southtown Rams, maybe a little more challenging, different parts and pieces and different maturity patterns and looks from the side, and then when you get to, when you just finally break down and says, okay, the one that has the most substance of body and the one that I think that got the most feature and the roundness of body and shape and muscle and still has that looks, the young as the buck we chose to start with. Yeah, that one there probably gets a little cruder looking from the side, if you will. I mean, he's a little coarser about his shoulder, maybe a little more deeper and rounder there, but I still think he's the one that has the most substance of body and volume that I can go ahead and tie into. The one in my major decision was here in second and third. The buck here, they're very similar. I say similar type and kinds. Their length of body, their body shape is nice and neat. The one we got the one here in second got the knot. He's just a little thicker and square about his hip and boulder right there in his center body compared to the one that's in second. I do like lots of pieces about that one. That one there is kind of an intriguing built one. Just like to maybe make him just a little more blend together, a little more out of his front end to make it in terms of ideal. The ram here in third. I mean, this one here, when she gets him propped up and on the side, this one's just so gorgeous from the side. This one runs uphill. His shape of muscle and body count is good. I just think this one needs a shot more lower flank to make him balance a little better from the side. He gets his little higher flank there. I do like that one's touch and tone of muscle. A really high quality one there in third. The one in fourth, this one's another one that when you get this one propped up on the side, I mean, he's deadly from the side. I like that one's build, his foot and his bone and the way he just puts himself together there on the side. Where this one bothers me on the go. This one gets a little funny out of his hip and hind leg. He wants to try to drag and maybe get a little weaker in his pasturing as he goes across the ring. Maybe wants to get a little outside himself on that hock. But that's if we could change that one's design to his hip and hind leg, we could run that one way up in this class a long way. The one here in fifth rounds out the class. That one's just one of those good, solid built ones. I mean, that one's soft-centered and got a good look from the side. He's tall-shouldered. He's got muscle shape. That one gets a little plainer, but I do like that one's softness and durability and performance stature there for a March buck. An excellent class of March ramps. Give those exhibitors a round of applause.
Next class is pair ram lambs for the South Downs. Placing on the March and later born ram lamb class, first place, the entry 56. Oldenburg 2074, J. Lee Oldenburg Farms, Mulhall, Oklahoma. Second to 54, Beckmeyer Brothers 2232, Pablo, Logan, Tanner, and Riker Beckmeyer, Atwood, Illinois. Third place to entry 49, KDK South Downs, Kelsey, Nathan, and Kalen Smearcheck, Richalt, Wisconsin. 4 to entry 67, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. 5 to 62, Forsey South Downs, Owenton, Kentucky. 6th place to 65, Mallory Bowers, Lafayette, Indiana. 7 to 57, Forsey South Downs, Owenton, Kentucky. 8th place to 63, Adriana Windland, Shakopee, Minnesota. 9 to entry number 64, Mallory Bowers, Lafayette, Indiana. 10th place to 58, Connor Novak, Brownstown, Wisconsin.
really nice class of Tunis Ram lambs over here, and as you sort through, we've got some difference in their type and kind, and the buck we're going to start with, from the time he entered the ring, he kind of caught my eye. I think he's a big-bodied, massive buck, but what really sets him apart, when we set these into motion, he is by far the freest and easiest moving. He's elongated, he stays wide, he stays true, and then you put your hands on him. He's really level down that top. He's got a big center body, really good dimension, good top shape, just a handy place for me to start in this particular class. Then we come to some rams here in 2 and 3 and give me some challenges between the pair, and the buck we're going to start with, he's the rounder body type of a sheep. He's the bigger top type of the sheep, and then when you get off to the side, he's better in his chest floor compared to his rear flank, and then we set him into motion, and he's a notch better there as well. Just a really nice kind of a ram. Maybe doesn't move quite as well as our class winner, maybe doesn't have quite the bells and whistles, especially when we get back into that pin set compared to that sheep. Coming to the ram here in 3, definitely the pretty one in the class when we get off the side. I love the color of this ram in terms of his breed type and hair coat. One that's really extended up through the front end of his skeleton. He's level down his top. One that gives up a little bit in terms of top shape to them. And then when we set this one into motion, he's been wanting to fight out here the whole time. That could be part of it. But he gets just a touch narrow, or he gets just a touch choppier off them rear 2 for me today compared to the 2 going to stand directly ahead of him. Here in 4 and 5, we have 2 rams that are really similar, really good in their body cavity. You like the roundness in terms of rib. You like the center body and the depth that they're bringing to the table. Ones that maybe aren't quite as true down their top compared to the ones standing directly ahead of them today. Really long loin in these sheep. I think 2 really nice kind of rams just get outpowered in this particular class. Congratulations all the way down.
Placing on the Southdown Pair Ram Lamb class, first place goes to J. Lee Oldenburg Farms, Mulhall, Oklahoma. Second placed, Forsey Southdowns, Owenton, Kentucky. Third to A&M Ranch, Mark and Amy Johnson, Sandwich, Illinois. 4 to Logan Tanner and Riker Beckmeyer, Atwood, Illinois. 5 to Mallory Bowers, Lafayette, Indiana. And 6 to FP Livestock, Olivia Ainsley and Braylon Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois.
Back over for junior champion ram here. We bring these 3 class winners back out, and I'm very pleased the way they sheep hit the ring and they come back. I think they still have attributes, and they all have features that I think they look similar in type and kind. You talk about sheep that's bold at the top of their blade, or bold in the top of their skeleton and round in their body cavity, and still have some substance of body and have some show look as well. I think there's one that just kind of, to me, just kind of comes to the top for me in terms of one that just that extra look and touch of muscle shape, and just one I think he's just the one that for me just needs to win today. And this young lady's January, he'll be your champion. And coming over to that one that was reserved is one one that was second in that class is one that's good built, had muscle shape, and I like that. I like the one that follows our champion in terms of just type and kind. Yeah, maybe just make this one just a little longer from flank to flank to make him in terms of ideal, but the young man's February will be reserved.
For our Southdown show, our junior champion ram goes to entry number 37, first in the January Ram Lamb class, Oldenburg 2032, J. Lee Oldenburg Farms, Mulhall, Oklahoma. Reserve junior champion to entry number 48, first in the February Ram Lamb class, Forsey R 22147, Forsey Southdowns, Owenton, Kentucky. Now showing for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Ram. Following that, we will have Best Breed Character Ram. Placing on the Tunis class of January Ram Lambs, first place goes to entry 13, Shambo 658, Endeavor, Lynn Murray, Higginsville, Missouri. Second place to entry 10, Ridgeway 2201, Drew Ridgeway, Liberty Town, Maryland. Third place to entry number 16, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. 4 to Justine Beelwicks, Hunt, New York. 5 to entry 14, Justine Beelwicks. 6 to entry number 12, Jenna and Gregory Loper, Nunda, New York. 7 to entry 17, Madeline, Jacoby, McKenzie, and Macy Mag, Ottawa, Ohio. 8 to 11, Triangle Farms, Jerry and Linda Cook, Muncie, Indiana. And 9 to entry number 9, Small Fry Farm Continued, Anna and Monique Sherrist, Brimfield, Massachusetts.
Overall grand champion Ram here in our Southtown division, and I think we get the two division champions out in the reserves, and like I said, I'm very impressed with the way these sheep hit the ring and come back, and I think there's differences in each one of those rams on the front row here that you can defend either way, and I guess it's going to run down to personal preference of where kind of maybe the one I think is probably maybe the one that I think maybe is a little maybe more reaching power for the breed, maybe, or one I think that the way I want to try to take sheep and make them to try to make them just a little more unique than some. And I think there's one that I think just comes to mind there, and I think it's one that I think has got lots of good features and statures about the breed. I think we'll go ahead and I'll go ahead and show you the one I like. Then I bring the reserve and Junior in. He's one that I really like. Lots of features about that sheep. But the one I think probably the one I think next best is this one's got so many intriguing features and things that I like to look for in sheep. And I think that some of these little features are hard to put together and try to make sheep that's so bold and still so square and so true at the ground. The senior champion will be reserved.
A really nice class of rams out here and challenging to sort through. And when we set these into motion, I think that's where it just kind of changes for me. The buck we're going to start with, definitely the best on the move of these top four rams, one that really excels in that aspect. Yet again, he's got the best hip and hind leg in him. He's really good down his top. He balances up tremendously well from the side. If you want to call him too moderate out here in this lineup, I won't argue that with you. But today for me, he's the type that I'm looking for out here to start a class with. We come to a really pretty ram here in second. One, I love the outline of this sheep. One that when you analyze him in terms of his spine, he's really level in that. He balances up good from side. He's got the extension. When we set him in motion, he needs to handle his hocks just a notch better. Same can be said for this ram in third. Love the length of body of this sheep. Love the up and out. He's extended. He's really cool in that aspect. We need him to move better off them rear too. He wants to get a little choppy. He wants to pick him up. I like him to be smoother coming out of that hip. Then we come to a ram. Love the bone work under this ram. Love the mass and body of this ram. One that maybe is not quite as good in terms of his hip as what we have at the top end of this class, but one when we set him into motion, I think he stays true enough, doesn't stay as wide as some that we're seeing ahead of him. Then we round out the class. We've got a really young-looking type of a ram. One, I love the stretch and style of this sheep. One, we need more to him. When we set this one into motion again, he wants to get tighter in his hock. I'd like to just relax him about the angle of that hock, let him set go and just step a little bit nicer around the ring, and we could maybe run him up. Great class of rams. Congratulations.
Our grand champion ram for the Southdown Show went to entry number 37 out of the January Ram Lamb class, our junior champion, Oldenburg 2032, J. Lee Oldenburg Farms, Mulhall, Oklahoma. The reserve grand champion was entry number 18, our senior champion, out of the early senior Ram Lamb class, Scramlin 2209, LC Scramlin, Holly, Michigan. Now showing best breed character ram. From the Tunis February class of Ram Lambs, first place went to entry 18, Jet 2225, Double Trouble Tunis, Brooke and Emma Kyle, Honey Eye Falls, New York. Second place to entry 21, Spildy 650, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Third to entry 20, Spildy 647, McKenna Gary, Atlanta, Illinois. 4 to entry number 134, Mum 2217, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. 5 to 22, Scott Odlin, Ivanhoe, Minnesota. 6 to entry 23, Madeline Jacoby, Mackenzie and Macy Mag, Ottawa, Ohio. Best breed character ram for the South Downs went to KDK 2235, Kalen Smearcheck, Risholt, Wisconsin.
As we get out here in these younger rams, we're starting with a ram that I think he's the furthest along in terms of his maturity pattern, but I still read him being okay there. One that's really good down his top. He balances up well enough from the side. I think he's good about his hair coat. He's probably just the most fault-free for me out here. I'll be the first to admit I'd like to see all 4 of these move just a notch nicer when we set them into motion, but when we put everything together, I think he's the common sense class winner. I really like the elegance of the ram coming here in second. He's really stretchy through the front third of his skeleton. He's really true down his top. He's got a wide pin set in him and a good look off to the side. Maybe I'd like to change him right there. He wants to break at his hip loin. When we set this one into motion, I need him to flex his hock to be able to go ahead and start the class. We come to a ram here in third, definitely the largest outline. You like that about him. He's the tall-shouldered ram. He runs downhill, just a really nice kind of ram in that aspect. With that being said, he's the deepest from his chine to his chest. I'd like to just change him there. I'd like to bring that neck up out of the top side of his skeleton. And again, when we set him into motion, I'd like him to handle his rear wheels a notch better. We come to a ram here in fourth, really a cool built type of a sheep. One that shortens up drastically compared to the 3 standing directly ahead of him. I think he's plenty far along in his maturity pattern for this. I think he's built really cool. We just need a little more to this sheep. Really nice class. Congratulations.
Now ready for Tunis, Slick Shorn Ram Lamb. Slick Shorn Ram Lamb for the Tunis. We will follow that then with pair of Ram Lambs before we select the Junior Champion Fitted and Reserve Ram. Placing on the March and later born Tunis Ram Lamb class, first placed entry 26, Spildy 673, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second to 24, Mum 2253, Beau Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Third to 28, Sarah Furman, Rochdale, Indiana. And 4 to entry number 27, Justine Bielwicks, Hunt, New York.
Four nice rams out here in a fairly logical sort. We're starting with a buck. He's got the biggest top. He's got the biggest hip. He's got the most muscle when we view him in from behind in terms of his stifle. He's the roundest about his body. One that maybe gives up a little bit in terms of elegance compared to the ram that's going to stand second. But when you add all the product and everything together, I think he's the one that has to start. Come to Ram here in second. Again, you like the extension in the front third of this Ram. One that wants to run downhill ever so slightly. One that's just a notch coarser in terms of his makeup compared to that class winner. Coming here in third, really a robust type of Ram. You love the Springer rib. You love the hip shape and the width down his top. With that being said, we just got to change him in terms of a skeleton to be able to run him higher. A really nice younger type of a lamb down here. Greener in his condition today. He just doesn't have quite the muscle that we're seeing in the top end, but I really prefer the skeletal build of this ram. I think one that's really nice. He's got better days down the road. Congratulations.
For the tunas, we're now ready for a pair of ram lambs. That'll be followed then by our junior champion fitted and reserve junior champion fitted class. Placing on the Slick Shorn Ram Lamb class for the Tunis, first place to entry 29, S&T 2217, Justine Beowicks, Hunt, New York. Second to entry 30, MJM Family Farm 2203, Madeline Jacoby McKenzie and Macy Mag, Ottawa, Ohio. Third to entry 31, Madeline Jacoby Macy and Mackenzie Mag, Ottawa, Ohio. And 4 to Dave and Rachel Joseph, Circleville, Ohio. Placing on the pair of Ram Lambs, first place went to Justine Beowicks, Hunt, New York. Second place, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. And third to Madeline Jacoby McKenzie and Macy Mag, Ottawa, Ohio.
A really good set of junior Rams over here on the Tunis side, and both lineups over here. Just a lot of quality in this show, and I look forward to getting into the females and running through them. Out here today, there's things that as you'll find as we sort through here that I'm really particular about in terms of movement and structure and soundness, and really some meat and muscularity, and then your size and scale comes secondary for me. And out here today, there was one that boy, I didn't hold my cards very close. I thought he was awful good. The young man up here to my right, they're going to go ahead and be your junior champion. For reserve, it gets a notch closer. We're going to come back, and we're going to use the buck lamb out of the February class.
Junior champion for the fitted division goes to entry number 13 in the Tunis show. Out of the January Ram Lamb class, Shambo 658, Endeavor, Lynn Murray, Higginsville, Missouri. The reserve junior champion fitted went to entry 18 out of the February Ram Lamb class, Jet 2225, Double Trouble Tunis, Brooke and Emma Kyle, Honey Eye Falls, New York. We are now showing for Grand Champion Fitted and Reserve Grand Champion Fitted Ram for the Tunis show.
Well, again, as we get back out here with your senior champions and your junior champions, just an awful good set of sheep all the way through, and you can be really pleased with any of the four out here. In my mind today, for me, I got my mind made up. I think it gets a little closer for reserve, But just a really good set of rams. I look forward to getting to the females. Congratulations.
For the Tuna Show, our Grand Champion Fitted and Reserve Grand Champion Fitted Rams went to our junior champions. Entry 13 would be our Grand Champion Fitted out of the January Ram Lamb class. Shambo 658 Endeavor, Lynn Murray, Higginsville, Missouri. The Reserve Grand Champion Fitted, our Reserve Junior Champion Fitted, entry number 18 out of the February class. Jet 2225, Double Trouble Tunis, Brooke and Emma Kyle, Honey Eye Falls, New York. Now showing for champion and reserve champion, Slick Shorn Ram. Following the selection of our Slick Shorn champion in reserve, we will show best headed ram and then overall grand champion ram.
Out here for your Slick champion. Again, four really nice kind of individuals, and they're good in their lines. They're good in terms of their body and in terms of spring rib and some thickness and some natural muscling. Today for me, I think this young lady up here to my right, I think that's an awful stout one. He's going to go ahead and be your champion today. We're going to follow up with the young ladies to my left for reserve. Congratulations.
Our first class of yearlings gets a little challenging. We had a big class. There was lots of parts and pieces, and you just kind of had to just kind of push personal preference as you went through there. But I think we got the first five that I think when they come in the ring, they're the ones that kind of suited me as they come in on from the go and just look from the side. And then when we get them propped up and look at the one that wins, he just comes to the top of the class for me in terms of one that just genuine build, the way that one's built and the look from the side. And then you get on this one. This one is super robust about her muscle shape and square as a rack and loin edge and hip. And then she looks like a brood ewe as well. I think she's just the logical place to go. The one here in second's the one that, this one is super big, but this is super big hipped and deep stifled and good look from the side. So maybe she gets just a little shorter from plank to plank compared to you that wins. And maybe we'd like to just give this one just a little more shape or rack shape right up high on her. Right there, she comes out of her blade a little bit, but one that you still have to like that one's eye appeal and look from her front end design for that to be in that stout and that bold in her look. The one in third, this one here, when you get this one propped up, I mean, this one's gorgeous from the side, and I like all that about her. This one handles down her top with muscle expression and then big, thick, square hip. I like the softness of body and roundness of body. This one's where she gets challenging for me is when you put her in motion. She gets too short about her hips. She gets straight in her hock. She doesn't want to be free easing out of her hock. That's why we went ahead and put her third there. But I think there's so many good attributes of that one that we have to go ahead and put her third, just in terms of one of look and balance and muscle shape. The one there in fourth, she's just one of them good, solid built kind of south down ewes like I like to have at the house in terms of one that's just soft-centered and one that's got muscle shape and squareness. Just maybe make that one just, I mean, she just gets a little plainer how she comes out of her neck set for me. She one that gets, she just wanted just a good, solid kind. And then rounding out the top five, you've got one that's super good-footed and really soft in her center. She just runs out of muscle shape and just sheer muscle shape compared to the ones ahead of her, but an excellent high-quality ewe there to be fifth. Let's give this yearling class an excellent round of applause.
Well, again, congratulations all the exhibitors and the slick shorn in and the fitted breeds out here, or fitted divisions out here. I think 4 really nice kind of rams, and it's maybe a little closer than what I first anticipated when I came out here. But I think all 4 of these really offer a lot of quality. That being said, I think those 2 fitted rams were awful good coming out of that division. We're going to go ahead and follow through with them for your champion reserve. Congratulations.
Overall grand champion ram for the tuna show was our grand champion fitted. Entry number 13 out of the January Ram Lamb class, Shambo, 658 Endeavor, Lynn Murray, Higginsville, Missouri. The reserve went to our reserve champion fitted. Entry number 18, JET 2225, Double Trouble Tunas, Brooke and Emma Kyle, Honeoye Falls, New York, out of the February Ram Lamb class. For the tuna show, our best headed ram went to our grand champion ram, Shambo 658, Lynn Murray, Higginsville, Missouri. Placing on the early class of yearling ewes for the South Downs, first place went to entry 76, KDK 2106, Kaylin Smearcheck, Richalt, Wisconsin. Second place to 84, Bowman 219, Lola. FP Livestock of Olivia Ainsley and Brylan Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. Third to entry 83, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Fourth place to entry 124, Brienne Carson and Cole Canettle, Downs, Illinois. 5 to entry 89, Larkin Miller, Florence, Kentucky. Sixth place to entry number 68, J. Lee Oldenburg Farms, Mahal, Oklahoma. 7 to entry 82, Mallory Bowers, Lafayette, Indiana. Eighth place to 75, Forsey South Downs, Owenton, Kentucky. 9 to entry 79, Emma Peters, Versailles, Ohio. 10 to 73, Bo and Peyton Kylie Howe, or Bo and Peyton Howe, Kylie Shields, Danforth, Illinois.
boy, as we get out here into the females, it was a lot of fun sorting through this class. I think just an awful good set of females kind of all the way through in this class. These top two ewes, the reason they run up here, they're both the best top ewes in this class. When you handle them from their rack and their shoulders all the way back to their hip, boy, they don't break one iota. Just extremely good, extremely heavy muscled ewes, really wide down their top, have some spring of rib, have some length of body. The ewe that we're going to go ahead and start with, I'll describe her here. Really elegant, like this ewe a great deal from the side. Really like her on the move as well. When she moves, she stays really true in terms of her step. One that maybe, if we're going to be nitpicky, is carrying a notch more in terms of condition for me today. I'd like to freshen her up ever so slightly, but I think we're getting late in the year. I think that's an awful good one. She's got the advantage in the pin set when we get and view them from behind. We come to a ewe here in second, one that I like a bunch when I get off to the side of this female. She is balanced, she is long, she's extended, and like I said, really good down her top. When we set this one into motion, she doesn't have the advantage when we start moving. The ewe in front of her just moves a notch better. This one wants to start hunching up ever so slightly, but boy, she's really fresh. She's not carrying that extra condition. You get off to the side, you think maybe she's a little further along, but she's really good in terms of her handle. I think that's a really good pair up here on the top end. We come to the ewe here in third, and again, a really classy type of ewe. One with a big top and a really wide sprung through the center portion of her skeleton. When we handle her, she starts running out when we come back into that rear third of her skeleton. I'd like to open her up right there in her pin set, give her a shot more natural muscle, maybe change the angle to her hock ever so slightly to be able to challenge. Then we come to a more moderate ewe here in four. Love the breed type, love the head on this female. One that I think in terms of center body, she's the best one in this class. Love the rib shape, love the depth of body, yet she maintains the femininity. She is getting a little further along in terms of cover on her sides for me, but the main issue is when we start analyzing her, she just shortens up compared to those that are standing directly ahead of her, like that one in terms of soundness and rib dimension. Come to the ewe here in five, the biggest topped in this class by far. One that you really appreciate when you put your hands on her. Boy, she is just really big, coming all the way back into her loin, into her hip. Really wide in terms of her pin. She's got a big rib on her. Again, carrying a little more condition. The biggest thing for this female, when we set them into motion, she just gets too tight and too choppy off them rear legs for me today. I think she really challenges the other class if we could change that about her. Like I said, great class to use all the way down. Congratulations.
Placing on the fitted early yearling ewes for the Tunis. First place goes to entry number 36, Kyle 2135. Double Trouble Tunis, Brooke and Emma Kyle, Honey Oil Falls, New York. Second to 37, MB 2033F, Beaumont, Whiteheath, Illinois. Third to entry number 43, Jenna and Gregory Loper, Nunda, New York. 4 to entry 34, Justine Beowicks, Hunt, New York. 5 to entry 39, Scott Odlin, Ivanhoe, Minnesota. 6 to 45, Jenna and Gregory Loper, Nunda, New York. 7 to 41, McLean Music, Camp Point, Illinois. 8 to 38, Warren Anderson, Hunt, Houstonville, Kentucky. 9 to 44, Todd and Jessica Briscoe, Brookville, Ohio. And 10 to 40, V Family Farms, Nathan and Jessica Vanderbrook, Venosha, Ohio.
on our second class of yearlings. Once again, a very challenging class, and I think there was lots of, once again, lots of good types and kinds, and we get these front five out here, and I'll tell you that they probably don't look alike, and I'm okay with that. But the one that just keeps coming to the top, and the one that just keeps coming to the surface for me, and that's the one we're going to start with. This one is so good at the ground, and she's big-footed and robust in her bone work, and I like that. But she's still not coarse it by no means. I mean, she's still shallow and good in her chest plate. She's one that when you put your hands on her, I mean, this one has a monster rack and a round body cavity that I like about her. She carries that depth into her lower flank, into a thick square hip. I like that one to go ahead and win. The one here in second's one that I like this one, lots of parts and pieces. She's one that she's super, kind of like the one we start with, really big and round and really robust in her muscle shape and one around in her cavity. I like that about her. I like her bone work. To me, she might just start to get a little more mature about her shoulder and her neck and get just a little coarser about her features there. But one I still like lots of parts and pieces about that one. The one here in third, I guess she was probably my problem one in here. I like this one's length of body. I like this one's muscle shape and look. To me, she just gets a little deeper and rounder and deeper about her chest, and her neck's not as long and neat and as neat as for her body composition and look. I'd like to see that one just a little more elegant up front to move her any higher, but I do like that one's parts and pieces and body shape. That one has the offer. The one here in fourth, just a good solid kind, one that's good looking from the side, one that's big and about her body and robust in her muscle shape. Just maybe make that one just a little better out of her hip and hind leg. She wants to get a little straight and posty on her hock there. Then rounding out the class, we've got a really big outline U, and I do like this one. This one is really deceiving. From here, she probably looks a little frail, but you get on top of that one's still big in her top side of her skeleton. She's round in her body cavity. She's good in her line. She's tall-shouldered. Yeah, maybe we could just maybe make her just a little stouter to make her in terms of ideal, but there is good features in that one and lots of breed value. An excellent class again. Give these class of yearling ewes a round of applause.
Results from the intermediate yearling ewe class for the Southdown Show. First place goes to entry number 103, George Brothers 21-043, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Second place to entry number 93, Ryan 2109, Charlie Ryan, Taylorville, Illinois. Third to 94, Kaylin Smearcheck, Richalt, Wisconsin. Fourth place to entry 91, Brianne Carson and Cole Canettle of Downs, Illinois. Fifth place to 98, Forsey South Downs, Owenton, Kentucky. 6 to 96, Mallory Bowers, Lafayette, Indiana. 7th place to 104, Cody Cohen, Elkhart, Kansas. 8th place to entry 90, Landry Krieger, Washington, Indiana. 9 to 102, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. And 10 to 101, Hensley and Hudson Hortz, Zephyr, Texas.
A real interesting class to sort through over here in your second class, the yearling ewes on the tuna side. we've got a really tall shouldered, really good looking one up here. We're going to start with one that when you get off to the side, you love the elevation through the front third of that one, skeleton, really long from that 13th rib on back. One that offers you a lot of power and product up high as well. There's some issues when we get into her shoulder. I didn't know if she was quite good enough right there to the way she lays her blade in. She's not quite as true as what she appears off to the side, and gets a little high right there in the center of her spine, and that gets to me a little bit. But as you analyze them and watch her move, I think this one's just awful good in terms of the front end of her skeleton and an extension. She's going to go ahead and start the class. We come to you here in second. It's really good, true her shoulder into her spine, and really big about her top. She's got some rib shape as well. I really like that one in those aspects. One that shortens up a notch compared to the class winner. One when we set them into motion, she wants to get just a little under herself for me today. If we could just relax her there, maybe we could swap these two, but I think that's a good pair on the top end. Then we come to you here in third. Love the center body in this sheep. Big rib, big top type of a female. One that loses out in terms of the front end of its skeleton, just not as square. Gets a little rounder in terms of its makeup from one end to the other, but a really big body type of a female. One here in four, extremely flashy type of a ewe. Love the balance off the side. Love the build of this sheep. One that's carrying just a notch more in terms of condition. One that shortens up in her hind saddle compared to the three that are standing directly ahead. But boy, I think that's one that's good about her breed type. She's good about her build. It's a nice kind of a ewe. Then we come to an outlier here in five. One that you love the profile of this ewe. They get out here and they get a great job getting this one stuck. With that being said, we need more center body in this sheep. She's the one that's the flattest through her rib shape. She's the shallowest in terms of her center body compared to this lineup. But boy, you get over top of her. She's straight made, really good looking off the side. If we could just add a little more fill into this one, I think she'd be a challenger. Great class. Congratulations.
Placings for the intermediate yearling U class for the Tunis. First place to entry number 57, Stumpy 911, Hank Gary, Atlanta, Illinois. Second place to entry 33, Murray 21305, Lynn Murray, Higginsville, Missouri. Third place to entry 46, Drew Ridgway, Libertytown, Maryland. 4 to 51, Kendall Kane, Grapeland, Texas. 5 to 55, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. 6 to 52, Kristen Swihart, Moonlight, Tunis, Lima, Ohio. 7 to entry number 47, Small Fry Farm Continued, Anna and Monique Charist, Brimfield, Massachusetts. 8th place to entry 56, Warren Anderson, Houstonville, Kentucky. 9 to entry 50, Becky Trojanowski, East Hampton, Connecticut. And 10th place to entry number 49, Becky Trojanowski.
on our last class of yearling ewes here, or the next class of yearling ewes, I'll say. Okay, the one that starts with this one here, just kind of, she comes in and she's one that gives you a good look from the side on the go, and then when you get her propped up, she's the one that still suits me the best when you get your hands on her. She's one that has more expression to her rack shape. I like her rounds for her body. I like her to condition just a little better than the one that's in second. The one in second's the one that, if you could draw a picture, this one's just good looking. I just think I like this one in terms of just the look from the side. I like her footwork. I like how she goes around the ring. I like her levels and squareness of hip. To me, she could be just a little bolder and squarer about her rack shape. She's starting to get a little play out there, maybe not as expressive as the one we started with, but I do like that one. That was tall-shouldered, good looking. Just make that one just a little more expressive out of rack shape, and then we can run that one at the top. The one here in third, this one here is just really intriguing in this one's build. This one's super bold, and really, I like the bigness, the center of this one. I like her swooping belly. She looks like a brood ewe. To me, we just make her maybe just give her just more tone of shape of muscle for me, but I do like that one's build and construction. I like that one's center body awfully well. The one here in fourth is, this one here just looks like a show sheep. I mean, this one's good looking from the side. She's shallow. She's swooping belly. I like all that. This one's super hard to the touch. Maybe this one just could be just a little, maybe more stouter in her feature. Just give her just a little more foot and bone size, and to make her just a little more, to maybe balance a little better. But that one there is just super solid. I like that one's body shape and muscle tone. Then rounding out the top five, we've got just a good built one, good soft-centered one that's got some body, got some capacity and volume to her body shape. She does have some muscle shape. Just a good, solid kind here to round out the top five. An excellent class. Give that class a round of applause.
Placing on the late class of yearling ewes for the Southdown Show, first place goes to 123, Oldenburg, 1157, J. Lee Oldenburg Farms, Mulhall, Oklahoma. Second place to 122, Hired Hand, 1008, Landry Krieger, Washington, Indiana. Third to entry number 125, Brienne Carson and Cole Canettle, Downs, Illinois. Fourth place to entry number 118, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. 5 to entry number 120, Adriana Windland, Shakopee, Minnesota. 6 to entry 116, Adriana Windland. 7 to Forsey Southdowns on entry 114, Forsey Southdowns, Owenton, Kentucky. 8th place to 110, Scout Ingram, Pulaski, Tennessee. 9th place to entry 121, Mackenzie Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. And 10 to entry 117, Brock True, Ochi, Tennessee.
really nice class of slick-sheared yearling ewes to go ahead and evaluate through. And the ewe we're starting with, again, the combination type of a sheep. You really like this one from her front back, just really wide in terms of center part of her skeleton. She's big top. She comes back to wide hip, plenty of muscle. When you analyze her in terms of that stifle, she's round about her rib shape. She's good about her front end as well. One that's maybe not quite as clean compared to the second place, but we set these one into motion, and she wins the battle there. We come to the ewe in second, one that's extremely fresh out here. She's probably the best handling ewe in this class. She's the squarest up high from her rack back to her loin into her hip. Maybe gives up a little bit in terms of width. It depends compared to the class winner. But in terms of squareness, one that's just kind of dead on. I love the look from the side. She's good in terms of her chest floor, really big about the center part of her skeleton. One that when we set her into motion, she wants to get a little tighter in them rear wheels than I'd like to see today for me. I'd like to spread her out and make her naturally wider at the ground. Coming to the ewe here in three, really a big bodied type of a female, one that I like on the move. She moves around the ring real free and easy, and I appreciate her for that. With that being said, she's carrying a ton of condition, and she's packing it on the front end of her skeleton. I'd like to give her just a shot more natural muscle when we view her in from behind in terms of her stifle area. I'd like to make her just a touch fresher and square her up high to be able to go ahead and challenge those two ewes that are standing directly ahead. We've got a ewe here in four, one that's extremely long-sided, and I really appreciate it for that. And again, really a big top in this female. She's got a good rib shape. With that one, we need to give her some lower leg. We need to give her some more natural, true muscle when we get in and view her from behind. We'd like to clean her up in her lower third up there, up in the front, in terms of her breastplate and brisket area. Come to you here in five. Again, one that paints you a really good silhouette off to the side. I like the balance of this sheep a great deal. I think one that's got some extension up to the front end. One that just loses out in terms of real raw muscle compared to the class, the ewes that are going to stand ahead of them in this class. But I think a really nice kind of basic build ewe. And we got a ewe out here in sixth. One that, again, she's carrying some more cover, really extended. Really like the breed type about this female. One with some good rib shape. Just, again, doesn't have quite the muscle. We'd like to pick her up to the front end of her skeleton and be able to move her higher today.
Placing on the Southdown pair of yearling ewe class, first place went to Kaylin Smearcheck, Rochelle, Wisconsin. Second place, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Third place, Breanne Carson and Cole Canettle, Downs, Illinois. 4, Mallory Bowers, Lafayette, Indiana. Fifth place, Forsey Southdowns, Owenton, Kentucky. 6, Emily Flannery, Oxford, Maine. 7, John Crowder, Sheridan, Indiana. 8, Connor Novak, Brownstown, Wisconsin. Placing on the Tunis Slick Shorn yearling ewe class, first place to entry 69, S&T 2194, Justine Beowicks, Hunt, New York. Second to entry 68, Kyle 2169, Double Trouble Tunis, Brooke and Emma Kyle, Honey Eye Falls, New York. Third to entry number 66, Lynn Murray, Higginsville, Missouri. 4 to entry Number 67, Madeline Jacoby Macy and Mackenzie Mag, Ottawa, Ohio. 5 to 60, Busy Corner Farm, Aaron Liu, Cummington, Massachusetts. 6th place to entry 65, Triangle Farms, Jerry and Linda Cook, Muncie, Indiana. 7th place to 58, McLean Music, Camp Point, Illinois. 8th place to 64, Madeline Jacoby Mackenzie and Macy Mag, Ottawa, Ohio. 9 to 71, Dave and Rachel Joseph, Circleville, Ohio. And 10 to 59, Madeline Jacoby Mackenzie and Macy Mag, Ottawa, Ohio. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes for the tuna show. 1st place went to Greg Loper, Nunda, New York. 2nd place to Double Trouble Tunas, Brooke and Emma Kyle, Honeoye Falls, New York. 3rd place to Justine Beelwicks, Hunt, New York. 4 to Madeline Mackenzie Jacoby and Macy Mag, Ottawa, Ohio. 5 to Triangle Farms, Jerry and Linda Cook, Muncie, Indiana. 6th place to Creekside Tunas, Aaron Liu. Pardon me, just Creekside Tunas. And 7 to Jacoby Mag.
on her first class early falls. I chose to start the one that then when this one comes in, she just draws your attention when she comes in. She's one that gives you a really good look on the go. She's super sound at the ground, and then when you get her propped up, I mean, this one's super elegant about her front end and her neck attachment, and she's one that's got some mass down her top. And when you look at her from the side, she's shallow in her chest plate. She carries that back into a nice full flank, and then she's super square at the ground. Yeah, maybe we could make her just a tick stouter featured if you want to really pick on her, but I think that's being very, very critical on that kind. The one here in second is one that this one's super. She's another one that gives you a really good look. To me, she gets maybe just a little wavier down her top compared to our class winner. She's one that I'm being critical. I'd like to maybe make this one just a little neater about her shoulder, and just neaten her up there, and maybe just raise her chest plate up just a little bit to make her in terms of ideal. But she's one that's packed full of muscle and handling. I like the center body of that one as well. Just like I said, just make that one just a little neater. The one here in third, she's one that gives you a really good look from the side. She's got muscle mass and shape. She maybe just kind of gets out powered today, the one on the two on top of her here. But just the one good solid, just a good solid kind that just won't get you in trouble anywhere in the business that we're in. Just good solid built kind. The next two in the class, four and five them are the meat sheep of the set. And then I do like that. Yeah, they are a little more smaller in their stature at the one here in fourth end. But I mean, she's robust in her body, heavy, packed full of muscle, good on her feet and legs. That just make her tick bigger to make her in terms of ideal compared to her temporaries here. And then rounding out the class, a really good kind of ewe when you get her propped up. Her issue for me just gets a little hard. I'm hard on her hip and hind leg, the way she goes around. I need to make that just a little freer, but I do like that one, center body and muscle shape. An excellent class.
Placing on the early senior ewe lamb class for the Southdown Show. First place goes to 135, 4CE 21313. 4C Southdowns, Owenton, Kentucky. Second place to 136, KDK 2158, Kaylin Smearcheck, Richalt, Wisconsin. Third to 126, Bo and Peyton Howe, Danforth, Illinois. 4 to 127, Mackenzie Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. Fifth place to 137, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. Sixth place to 139, A&M Ranch, Mark and Amy Johnson, Sandwich, Illinois. 7 to 134, Shelby Pollard, Brockton, Illinois. Eighth place to 128, Wyatt Wiersbicki, Orick, Missouri. Ninth place to 138, Scout Ingram, Pulaski, Tennessee. 10 to 131, Connor Novak, Brownstown, Wisconsin.
a nice class out here of fall ewe lambs, and we find one pretty quick and in a hurry when we go down through and handle them. Super straight down her top. She handles with tremendous amount of thickness from her rack all the way back to her pin set. Really a well-balanced female as well. Extremely stylish off to the side. I like her about her hair coat. One that moves around the ring free and easy. Just a handy place for me to start. We've got a really stylish one coming up next in second. Love the front end of this sheep. One that gets out really straight down her top, big about her middle. One that maybe doesn't have quite the top shape we're seeing in the class winner out here, but she does have a little more in terms of rib and mass shape for me today. One that's maybe not quite as fluid on the move as the class winner. Coming to you here in 3 and one that's a little more moderate in this lineup. Extremely bold about her rib. Really like her down her top as well. Extremely wide coming back. She gets a notch shorter in terms of her hip compared to the 2 sheep we're going to start with, and that sorts her into the 3 hole today. Coming to a really round body type of a female here in 4th. You love the overall volume. You like the spread this ewe has. With that being said, I'd like to change her off her hocks ever so slightly when we set her into motion, but a really long-sided, good-looking type of a female. Rounding out the class, we've got the tall shoulder type of a ewe here, one that you really appreciate for that. One that's wanting to fight a little bit today, but she wants to kind of suck her front end down for me today. I'd like to just change her there. I'd like to open her up and give her another shot of top shape compared to the ewes that are standing directly ahead. She gets a little narrower when you hand her over the top side. Nice class. Congratulations.
Placing on the Tunis Fall ewe lamb class, first place to entry 82, Wyatt Nixon, Delavan, Wisconsin with 632. Second place to entry number 78, Spildy, 617, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Third place to entry number 81, Double Trouble Tunis, Brooke and Emma Kyle, Honeyoye Falls, New York. Fourth place to entry 74, Drew Ridgway, Libertytown, Maryland. 5 to 75, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. 6, Scott Odlin, Ivanhoe, Minnesota. 7 to entry number 77, McLean Music, Camp Point, Illinois. 8 to entry 72, Nathan Everhart, Shelbyville, Indiana. 9 to McLean Music, Camp Point, Illinois. 7th was actually Colin Anderson of West Carlton, New York. 10 to entry number 84, Warren Anderson, Houstonville, Kentucky.
Well, congratulations to the Tunis exhibitors. It's been a great show on the senior side of your females, and we've got 6 of them out here that are awful nice and different in their types and kinds maybe, but I found a couple that kind of fit the same bill for me, and tremendous depth through the classes. With that being said, I'm going to go out here and select your champion reserve senior champion ewes. Congratulations.
Senior fitted champion ewe goes to entry number 36 out of the early yearling ewe class, Kyle 21-35, Double Trouble Tunis, Brooke and Emma Kyle, Honey Eye Falls, New York. The reserve senior fitted reserve champion ewe went to entry number 82 out of the fall ewe lamb class, Wyatt Nixon with 632. Wyatt's from Delavan, Wisconsin.
once again, another very challenging class here in our late falls. But I think there's one that we just finally just land on this one and go ahead and use this one to win. And this one's, I think this one's the best one in terms of just the way this one's just built from the side. I mean, this one, you start her at the ground and you bring her up. She's so neat built and she's so good in her body cavity. Yeah, I'd like to maybe make this one just a little more rounder and bold about her center body when you get right as she comes out of her rack and into the upper part of her rib cage. But she is the leanest in her condition compared to her contemporaries here. I think this one's still just the one that I think is just the best one for me to go ahead and land on and start with. The one here in second is the one that she's one that she is rounder and bigger and bolder about her body cavity than the one we start with. But she's one that I think maybe she just gets maybe just a little plainer through her front end design compared to the one we started with. But I do like that one's mass and muscle shape down her top. She's thick and square in her hip. The one here in the third, this is one that when you get on this one has the probably the biggest, most expressive rack shape of any ewe in the class. And her body cavity and her roundness of rib all correlates with her rack shape up high. I like to just make this one just a little stouter and make her just a little trimmer about her body, her condition score to make her just a little neater about her front and let her carry condition a little better. But I do like that one. That one is packed full of muscle, but just stouting that one up. The one here in fourth, just a good outline, good solid kind, big, bold in her construction, heavy in her muscle shape. She gets a little flatter in her loin hip junction there. Just maybe make her just a little stronger there, but just a good solid kind, good footed, sound footed one. Then rounding out the top five, a good one in her lines and correct in her build. Just like this one, make this one's next set just a little better on the side when she goes around the ring. But an excellent class. Give those individuals a round of applause.
A nice class of ewe lambs out here, and it's kind of a mix and match bag. We're starting with a ewe lamb that, again, when you put your hands on her, she is by far the most complete. Really true down her top, handles with a lot of thickness, really structurally sound. When she moves about the ring, she stays wide. I do appreciate that. One with a good hip in her and really extended. Just a nice kind of a place to start. Found her pretty early on. Coming to the ewe here in second. One, again, I like this ewe on the move in terms of her step. She takes a long step. She fills that hole. One that maybe we'd like to open her up from bottom to top to be able to go ahead and compete with this. She just doesn't have quite the top shape, doesn't have quite the base width at the ground when we set them into motion, but a really good ewe straight down her top, balances up well enough from the side. Coming to you here in three, and boy, when you put your hands on this one, you really like her. She's the squarest top from her rack coming back into her loin and hip. One that you really appreciate for the true muscle shape in her stifle. One that if we were to change her, I'd like to stretch her out in terms of her hip today. I'd like to make her balance just a notch better from the side. I'd like to pick her up in the chest floor to be able to go ahead and be in the top two. We come to a large outline ewe here in four, one that's really pretty off to the side. You like the extra grow that this one offers you. With that being said, she's deeper from her chine to her chest compared to the trio that's going to stand directly ahead. One that maybe gets a little narrower as we come back and view her from behind compared to those, but a really massive rib type of a sheep. Then we come to a ewe lamb I like an awful lot down here in five. I think she's the best chested one out here in this class. She's really true down her top. With that being said, we just need more of her in this older class of ewe lambs. I need her just a notch farther along in her maturity pattern to be able to go ahead and challenge. Great group of sheep. Congratulations.
Placing on the late class of senior ewe lambs for the South Downs. First place went to entry 147. George Brothers 22004, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Second to 143, Knettle 2154, Brianna, Carson, and Cole Knettle, Downs, Illinois. Third place to entry 148, Forsey South Downs, Owenton, Kentucky. Fourth place to 146, Carson Knettle, Downs, Illinois. 5 to entry 149, Jude Parker, Franklin, Indiana. Sixth place to 154, Mackenzie Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. 7 to 156, Emma Lease, Plant City, Florida. 8 to 153, John Crowder, Sheridan, Indiana. 9th place to 140, Braden or Riley Gertz, Richmond, Indiana. And 10 to 144, Shelby Pollard, Brockton, Illinois.
For our senior champion, I think the class winners all show back up, and I think I'm pleased with the way they end up. And once again, they may not look alike again, but I think they was the ones that come out of those classes in their contemporary groups that suited me in terms of what I was looking for in terms of it. I think you could go a couple different ways here, but I think they're all good in their own right. I'll go out here and take one more look, and I'll get you the one I like.
For the Southdown Show, our senior champion U was entry number 76 from the early yearling U class. KDK 2106, Kaylin Smearcheck, Richalt, Wisconsin. The reserve senior champion from the early senior U Lamb class, entry 135, 4CE 21311, 4C Southdowns, Owenton, Kentucky. Placing on the class of January U Lambs for the Tuna Show, first place to entry 89, Spildy, 639, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second to entry 90, Shambo, 656, Lynn Murray, Higginsville, Missouri. Third to 91, Jet Tunis, Cardington, Ohio. 4 to entry 85, Jenna and Gregory Loper, Nunda, New York. 5 to 88, Jade Glade Joliffe, Richwood, Ohio. 6 to 92, Mark and Kristen Swihart, Lima, Ohio.
another nice class of ewe lambs as we get into the intermediates and the ewe we're starting with. I think no doubt in my mind she's just the best in terms of everything, all the aspects put together, straight down her top. She's got the most turn to her rib. She's extended through the front end. She's the best in terms of her chest floor, long from that 13th rib on back, and she's really sound on the move. Just a logical place for me to begin. Two through four become some issues for me. I like the ewe in second, really good across her top. She's square, she's true down her top. One that balances pretty well. One that if I were to change her, I'd like to change her lower shoulder. She gets a little bolder about that shoulder than what I prefer out here. But I think, again, really athletic type of sheep. She's going to go second. Come to you here in three. Like the silhouette of this sheep a great deal off to the side. Again, good in her chest floor, really round body type of a sheep. One with a big hip in her. One that shortens up in terms of her hip compared to the sheep standing directly ahead of it. That's going to end up landing her here in three. We've got a large outline ewe type of a ewe here in four. One that you really appreciate for the extra growth she has when you put your hands on her. She's just the narrowest of this top four in terms of her top shape for me today. I'd like to just open her up from top to bottom, give her a shot more in her center body to be able to go ahead and run her higher today. And rounding out my top lineup, a really flashy type of a ewe, one you appreciate for her thickness and boldness, one that I need to make just a notch better in terms of her shoulder makeup to be able to go ahead and challenge. I think a great class of ewe lambs. Congratulations.
placing on the class of early February ewe lambs for the Tuna Show. First place goes to entry number 104, S&T 2245, Justine Beowicks, Hunt, New York. Second to 102, C. Gary 1020, Clint Gary, Atlanta, Illinois. Third place to 94, Double Trouble Tunas, Brooke and Emma Kyle, Honey Eye Falls, New York. 4 to entry 98, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Fifth place to 106, Lynn Murray, Higginsville, Missouri. Sixth place to entry 95, Lynn Murray. 7 to entry 99, Jet Tunis, Cardington, Ohio. 8 to entry 97, Jenna and Gregory Loper, Nunda, New York. 9 to entry 100, Todd and Jessica Briscoe, Brookville, Ohio. 10 to 96, Beaumont, Whiteheath, Illinois.
As we get out here into these ewe lambs, again, really strong quality, kind of all the way down through this class. The ewe we're starting with, I think one that's just really good in terms of her silhouette, straight in terms of her line. She's strong down her top. She shows me ample turn to that rib. I think one that balances up really well. The only issue I have is if her haircoat's not quite good enough for you, I can understand that. I think she's acceptable for me. She's going to go ahead and start the class. We're coming to the ewe here in second. Really a wide hip type of a sheep. One with a bigger top than my class winner. One that doesn't present herself quite as nicely from the side compared to that ewe. One that if we were to change her, I'd like to change her to the top side of her shoulder, the way she lays her blades in, to be able to challenge that one. But I think two really good ewes. Coming to you here in third. And when she's stuck, boy, she looks the part off the side. I love the rib. I love the underline of this sheep. I think one that's really good. One that, again, maybe not quite as true at the top. When we set this one into motion compared to the two standing directly ahead, doesn't move around the ring quite as free and easy. Lands her back here in the third. Same can be said for the UN4. We set this one in motion, and she wants to get out and really move pretty quick. I think that's half her problem, but she gets narrow. She gets just a notch choppier. These young people are doing a great job on one that doesn't really want to cooperate. Love the hair coat of this sheep, like the body dimension, not quite as true down her top compared to some of those ahead. Come to the large outline ewe here in 5, one you really appreciate for the extra growth she has. With that being said, she gets shorter in terms of her hind saddle in percentage compared to the one standing directly ahead of her. Really good looking off the side, a nice kind of a female. Again, this is one that didn't really want to be out here, hard to get a good look at. The gentlemen are doing a really nice job. Congratulations.
Placing on the class of March and later ewe lambs for the Tunas. First place goes to entry 113, BWL 2264, Sarah Furman, Rochdale, Indiana. Second place to entry 112, C. Gary 1033, Clint Gary, Atlanta, Illinois. Third to entry 114, Lynn Murray, Higginsville, Missouri. Fourth place to entry number 110, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. 5 to entry 109, Jenna and Gregory Loper, Nunda, New York. 6 to 111, Clint Gary, Atlanta, Illinois. 7 to 107, Warren Anderson, Houstonville, Kentucky. 8 to entry 116, Drew Ridgway, Libertytown, Maryland. And 9 to 115, Henrik Von Den Broek, Venosha, Ohio.
a really nice set of slick-sheared females out here, and one we're going to start with. Boy, she just paints a picture off the side, extremely extended through the front end of her skeleton, one that's long down her top, really level in her design. She's got the advantage in terms of length from that hind saddle, that 13th rib on back, really level out through that dock. She carries more inner thigh muscle as well, balances up well enough from the side. If we were to change her, I'd like to change her right there at her breastplate. I'd like to clean that up and the way she lays in to make her ideal, but I think that's a really nice one. We come to the U here in second. One that really follows her in type and kind. Love the extension, love the smoothness and femininity in this U. One that handles really thick coming back into that loin. Maybe not quite as good in terms of her dock and her hip. Maybe not quite as much length back there as well, but she's the better one in terms of her front end compared to the class winner out here. So a little give and take. This is the way I'm going to go with them today. Then we come to the U here in third. Definitely the larger body type of U. Love the spring of rib. Love the thickness down her top. As we view her out here today, she looks just a little flatter when we get in and view her from behind, and she wants to just run downhill. I don't know if she's wanting to fight against these. Just not quite as good in terms of the front end of her today compared to the two standing directly ahead. Coming to the U here in four, really a long-sided, large outline type of a sheep. Young man's done a nice job out here. One that's extended, one that's really straight in her lines, just doesn't have the power and the product we're seeing in some of these ahead, not quite as bold through the rib. Then we round out the class a really wide sprung type of a sheep, one with a lot of muscle down her top, a lot of muscle in that stifle. One I just like to change. She just gets a little plainer in her look and plainer in her build, especially through the front end of her skeleton to be able to go run any higher today. A really good class all the way down. Congratulations, the exhibitors.
Over in our January U-Lambs on the Southdown side, I think we had a really challenging class, a large class, and then, I mean, there was a lot of good depth of use, of good quality of use down through there, but we end up getting to these top five, and I think the one that wins, I think she wins very handily for me in terms of just one that you just build this one at the ground and bring her up. I mean, that one's just so good so good on her feet and legs, and then you get on top of this one. She's really big and bold at the top side of her blade, and really big and bold out of her rack, and carries that width and turn to her rib and fullness back through her flank. Yeah, we'd like to maybe make that one's color just a little different, but that's being very, very critical of one that's built like that and that quality of sheep. The one here in second's the one that's really, really good built. I like that one in terms of just the way that one just goes around the ring. She's super soft in her body. She's lower third of her body and skeleton. She's soft. I like that about her. And we could just make this one just a little toned and give her just a little firmer touch to the top side of her skeleton and her muscle shape, but one that you can criticize on one that's built that way from the ground up. She's super square hip and pinned. Really like that about that one. The one here in third is one that I'll be the first to admit I'd like to maybe make this one a shade lighter in her points of her breed character, but she's one that when you get this one on the go, I mean, she still has a good look when she's on the go, but where this one's so impressive is when you get on top of this one when she's all propped up. I mean, this one's super big, bold at the top of her skeleton, her rib cage, and her body shape is really round and fullness. She's super square to the hip. I think that one, my biggest issue with that one, you just make that one's breed character just a little lighter to make her, and then we can maybe make that one go a little further up the hill. The one here in fourth is one that one's just a good, solid build one. I like that one propped up and on steel and on stance. That one's just good built. Or I like that one's center body cavity. Yeah, we maybe make that one just a little neater when she goes around the ring. She don't want to just really get cocky when she throws her head and goes. She wants to kind of keep her neck settled down, drop her chest plate out of her on the go. But that one's just a good, solid build one from the ground up with muscle shape and dimension. Rounding out the top five here, we've got a really good built, really good bodied one. This one here just gets a little, she doesn't balance good enough for me on the side. She gets a little deeper about her chest and her body cavity compared to her flank ratio, but I still like that one's touch and muscle tone and shape. A really high quality one to be fifth. An excellent class of January use.
Placing on the early class of slick-shorn ewe lambs for the Tunis, first place went to entry 118. Busy Corner Farm 1226. Busy Corner Farm, Chris Liu, Cummington, Massachusetts. Aaron Liu, Cummington, Massachusetts. Second to entry 117, S&T 2215. Justine Biowicks, Hunt, New York. Third to 124. Justine Beowicks, Hunt, New York. 4 to 123, Jenna and Gregory Loper, Nunda, New York. 5 to 122, Maeve Anderson, Houstonville, Kentucky. 6 to 121, Kaylee O'Neill, Columbus, Ohio. 7 to 120, Jacoby Mag, Ottawa, Ohio. 8th place to entry 80, Nathan Everhart, Shelbyville, Indiana. 9 to 119, Cade Joseph, Columbus, Ohio. Placing on the January ULAM class for the South Downs, first place to entry 180, Leininger 2012, Juju. FP Livestock, Olivia Ainsley and Brylan Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. Second place to entry number 162, Howe Farms 2202, Bo and Peyton Howe, Danforth, Illinois. Third place to 175, Jude Parker, Franklin, Indiana. 4 to 199, Mallory Bowers, Lafayette, Indiana. 5 to J. Lee Oldenburg Farms, Mulhall, Oklahoma. 6 to 187, Kaylin Smearcheck, Richalt, Wisconsin. 7, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. 8, Forsey South Downs, Owenton, Kentucky. 9th place to entry number 165, Logan Tanner and Riker Beckmeyer, Atwood, Illinois. And 10 to 168, Drew George, Niles, Michigan.
Over here to round out the individual portion of your show and the slick females, I think we have a really elegant one to start with, one that's extended ahead of her blades, one that's really level down her top. She handles with the most amount of length from her 13th rib on back, one that's built good at the ground. She's wide through that chest, one that's good in terms of her movement as well. You come to the U here in second, one that balances up really nicely from the side, one that loses out a little bit in terms of straightness of lines and smoothness through the front third of her skeleton compared to that one that does offer me maybe a touch more muscle back through that loin. Coming to the heavy muscle U here in third, you really like her in terms of her top shape, really wide through her loin back into that hip, one that comes down with a lot of muscle in her stifle, one that balances well from the side. With that being said, one that's carrying just a notch more in terms of red hair coat today for me. I'd like to change that about her. I'd like to change her about the front end to be able to go ahead and really drive with that one. Coming to the U here in four, long-sided type of a sheep, one with some extension, one again wanting to run downhill ever so slightly, just a notch coarser in their makeup today for me. Coming here to five, again, kind of the same story. This one wants to pinch in terms of her loin in the center of her spine, one that balances up well enough from the side. We need to give her a shot of muscle on this end. We need to pick her up on the other end to be able to go ahead and move her higher in this particular class. Really good class of females. Congratulations.
Placing on the late class of Slickshorn Tunis ewe lambs, first place to 125, MJM Family Farm 2202, Madeline McKenzie, Macy and Jacoby Mag, Ottawa, Ohio. Second place to 127, Shambo 671, Lynn Murray, Higginsville, Missouri. Third place to 129, Anthony and Angelo Arcure, Houstonville, Kentucky. 4 to 126, Triangle Farms, Jerry and Linda Cook, Muncie, Indiana. 5 to 128, Triangle Farms, Jerry and Linda Cook, Muncie, Indiana. Sixth place to 101, Madeline Huntsman, Waldron, Indiana. 7 to 131, Dave and Rachel Joseph, Circleville, Ohio. 8 to 132, Abigail O'Neill, Columbus, Ohio. And 9 to entry 130, Dave and Rachel Joseph, Circleville, Ohio. Placing on the Tunis pair of ewe lamb class, first place goes to Justine Beowicks of Hunt, New York. Second place to Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Third, Double Trouble Tunis, Brooke and Emma Kyle, Honeoye Falls, New York. Fourth place to Clint Gary. Fifth place, Lynn Murray, Higginsville, Missouri. Sixth, Gregory Loper, Nunda, New York. 7, Colin Anderson, West Carlton, New York. 8, Warren Anderson, Houstonville, Kentucky. 9 to Triangle Farms, Jerry and Linda Cook, Muncie, Indiana. And 10 to MJM Family Farm, Madeline Jacoby McKenzie and Macy Mag, Ottawa, Ohio.
Over here for your junior champion female on the fitted side of the Tunis. Extremely good set. It was really a pleasure to work through these and go through, and all I can do is give you my fair and honest opinion today, and that's what I'm doing. Whether you see it differently, everybody's got their breeding programs, and I certainly wouldn't put up any argument for you. This is the way I prioritize things out here. And again, just a great set of sheep. I think this front lineup, taking nothing away from the seconds, I think this front lineup is just awful, awful good today for me. There's one that just kind of comes out at me in terms of my kind and what I'm looking for in fundamentals and power and in some rib shape and dimension. And then it gets a little closer for reserve, but I think there's a fairly logical place to go for that too. So with that being said, we're going to go out here and we're going to select your junior and reserve junior champion ewes. Congratulations.
The junior fitted champion ewe is entry 104 from the February ewe lamb class. S&T 2247, Justine Beowicks, Hunt, New York. The junior reserve fitted champion is entry 89 out of the January class. Spildy 639, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. We're now ready to show for grand champion fitted and reserve grand champion fitted ewe.
again, congratulations to all the exhibitors over here and for your overall champion fitted ewe. We've got the seniors and the juniors, just an awful good set of sheep. And all 4 of these females, boy, it kind of makes it easy in my mind coming out here that you can't really get it wrong between these 2 champions and the reserves as well. It's just awful good set of sheep, and whichever you choose to go and place your priorities today, the longer I stand out here, the more I give and take on some of these and everything else. But I've got my mind made up. I'll go out here and show you how I like them. Let's go ahead and congratulate our winners as we do it.
The grand champion fitted ewe for the tuna show goes to our our senior champion out of the first in the early yearling ewe class, entry 36, Kyle 2135, Double Trouble Tunis, Brooke and Emma Kyle, Honeoye Falls, New York. The reserve grand champion fitted ewe was our reserve senior champion fitted ewe out of the fall ewe lamb class, entry 82, 632, Wyatt Nixon, Delavan, Wisconsin.
As we get into our first February class here, once again, another good class of ewes deep down. And I think as we get down to the top 5, I'll tell you right now, I'll be the first to admit, none of the 5 look alike. And I guess that's where I just started to just kind of sorting personal preference and what I think's unique and kind of what I wanted to do, kind of one that, then the one I ended up landed on is the one, I think this one's the unique combination of what we've got in the ring here. This one is one that when she goes around the ring, she's really good and sound on her feet and legs, and then when you get her propped up, I mean, this one's super neat about her shoulder, her neck attachment, and that comes out of the top of her shoulder. She's one that's really busted open to the center part of her body. She's super long and square in her rump and hip shape. I like that one right there. That one's just pretty unique for one, I think, for that kind. The one here in second's the one that she's just kind of the good combination you in the class. She's the one that's super big and centered in her body cavity. I like that about her. She's one that I'd like to maybe just reconstruct her hip and hind leg a little bit, but I'm being critical on one. But that one's super good in the center part of her body, her muscle shape down her top into her thick square hip. The one here in third, this was the one that's got the really intriguing rugged breeding pieces. She's really big footed. She's heavy bone. She's one that carries that width and dimension to the top of her skeleton. She's bold bodied, really round in her center body. Her tone of muscle shape. She just need to give her more shape of muscle, make her bigger, thicker, square in her top of her pin to make her in terms more ideal for me. But one that I think's got a lot of good value in breeding pieces. A unique kind of ewe lamb there to be third. The one there in fourth, just another one of them really good, solid, good built ones. Straight in her top line, bold in her body cavity. That one has a big square rack and carries that width down to her loin into a thick square hip. Just a good solid kind. And rounding out the class, probably the most intriguing features of that one right there in terms of one that is super soft on her feet and leg, really sound on that, really soft in her spine and pliable on that. I like that. She's busted in her center body. She just gets a little too weak in her spine and when she's standing on the loose. But one that's got lots of intriguing breeding pieces. I think that one will be interesting to play with in her future years. An excellent class of fed ewe lambs.
Well, again, we get out here for your slick shear drive, and boy, I did this a few years ago down here and judged slick shear, and you come back down, and boy, they've gotten across the board better, and just a really good set of sheep out here. Again, there's a few that kind of jump out at me in terms of what I'm looking for. Again, really good set of sheep. Today for me, it's kind of a no-brainer. We're going to go ahead and we're going to use the 2 older ewes out of this drive, taking nothing away from the younger ewe lambs. They're going to have a great year ahead of them. Congratulations.
Our grand champion, Slick Shorn Tunis, ewe goes to our Slick Shorn yearling ewe class winner, entry 69, S&T 2194, Justine Beelwicks, Hunt, New York. The reserve was second in that Slick Shorn yearling ewe class, entry 68, Kyle 21-69, Double Trouble Tunis, Brooke and Emma Kyle, Honey Oil Falls, New York.
Out here for your overall female, really good set of sheep, and we keep saying that over and over. Really good quality all the way through, and you get out here, and all 4 of these certainly deserving in their own right, and depends which way you want to take them in your program. Today for me, I think these 2 fitted ewes are awful good. They're going to go ahead and be your overall and reserve overall ewes. Congratulations.
Overall grand champion goes to entry 36, our fitted champion. She was out of the early yearling ewe class. Kyle 21-35, Double Trouble Tunis, Brooke and Emma Kyle, Honey Oil Falls, New York. The reserve grand champion overall ewe was our reserve fitted champion ewe, entry 82 from the fall ewe lamb class, 632, Wyatt Nixon, Delavan, Wisconsin. Now ready for Best Headed You. Best Headed You. Best Headed You goes for the tunas goes to Claire Spildy of Stoughton, Wisconsin, with Spildy 613. Placing on the Get of Sire for the Tunis, first place goes to Claire Spildy of Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second to Justine Bielwitz, Hunt, New York. Third to Lynn Murray, Higginsville, Missouri. In this 30th year of the Tunis exhibiting at the North American, we'd like to give special recognition to the Schwartz family for their support and participation over the last 3 decades here in Louisville. Placing on the class of early February ewe lambs for the South Downs, first place to 235, Maple Line Farms 2224S, Mallory Bowers, Lafayette, Indiana. Second place to 213, Oldenburg 2013, J. Lee Oldenburg Farms, Mulhall, Oklahoma. Third place to 228, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Fourth to 4C South Downs, Owenton, Kentucky. 5 to 207, Tanner Logan and Riker Beckmeyer, Atwood, Illinois. 6 to 223, Hudson Fleener, Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. 7 to 211, Charlie Ryan, Taylorville, Illinois. 8 to 214, Mallory Bowers, Lafayette, Indiana. 9 to 227, Charlie Ryan, Taylorville, Illinois. And 10 to 209, Kalen Smearcheck, Richalt, Wisconsin. For our tuna show, our premier exhibitor goes to Justine Bielwitz of Hunt, New York. That does conclude the tuna show. Shropshire exhibitors, give us a few minutes to get the tables and things set up, and we'll be calling your first class to the ring.
Our first class of February is here. Once again, another really good class, and we just keep working them up here. And the one that I think the one that I think is just kind of the one that I land on to start with is the one that we start with here. This one here is big-footed and rugged at the ground. She carries that width and dimension to the top side of her skeleton, and then she is really busted open in the center part of her body. Her rack shape, her loin, and her hip shape is all just so big and massive and square, and then she's still really good and neat from the side. Yeah, some might think she needs to be a shot bigger, but I think that one right there is just really phenomenal, kind of stock to look at there. The one in second's the one that I like. This one's up in elevation of this one. She's really round and really neat and about her body cavity. She's really thick and square at the top of her rack. We'd like to maybe make her just a little better right there in her loin hip junction. She wants to get a little bit of dip there, but still one that's super wide and bold and broad constructed. You gotta like that about that one. The one here in third, she's one that she's just really good built and good in her lines, straighten her down her top, one that's got some shape and muscle to her top. We may make that one just a little more stouter at the ground and give her just a little more feature compared to the two we started with, but still a really excellent high quality kind of ewe lamb there to be third. Then the one here in fourth, one that just kind of kept working up and just genuine build and just honest, just good stock. I mean, that's one that's just good in their lines, good in their center body, bold about that. One's got some shape and muscle, scoring her pins, and still good footed and good at the ground. And rounding out the class, probably the one that is just the soundest footed and just correctest built one in the drive. She just gets a little too long and doesn't maybe balance as good. Her upper side expression to her muscles not as good as the ones ahead of them, but I do like that one just for genuine build and look and solid kind of female build there. An excellent class.
Placing on the class of late February ewe lambs for the South Downs, first place to 255. Northern Star Livestock Service 22051. Adriana Windland, Shakopee, Minnesota. Second to 254. Oldenburg 2059. J. Lee Oldenburg Farms, Mahal, Oklahoma. Third to 256. Forsey South Downs, Owenton, Kentucky. 4 to 244. A&M Ranch, Mark and Amy Johnson, Sandwich, Illinois. 5 to 253, Larkin Miller, Florence, Kentucky. Sixth place to 238, A&M Ranch, Mark and Amy Johnson, Sandwich, Illinois. 7 to 251, Kaylin Smearcheck, Rochelle, Wisconsin. 8 to 242, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. 9 to 257, Charlie Ryan, Taylorville, Illinois, and 10 to 239, Reva Pickens, Stillwater, Oklahoma. Judging our National Shropshire Show today is Bobby Spoonster of Eolia, Missouri. He's a high school principal. They raise 40 head of Hampshire ewes. We hit with him and his wife and their 5 children. When we are in the barn, you can find us. If they're not in the barn, you can find us on a basketball court somewhere across the country. Again, let's welcome Bobby Spoonster to your National Shropshire Show.
Sorry for that delay. I want to thank you all for allowing me to come out and judge your National Shropshire Show today. I think we have a really nice class of yearling bucks to start off with. I really like this. Sorry about that. I really like this yearling buck that starts off the class. He's super good up through his front end. He's super square made. He puts his feet down on all 4 corners, and when he gets out and move, he travels as free and easy as anything on the ring. He kind of filters away to the top of the class pretty easy in my mind. You come in here in second, a sheep that you really like, the amount of power and mass that he has, a sheep you get in behind him, he is by far the widest made sheep. But when he gets out on the move, for me, he gets a little restricted on those rear 2, but an awfully nice individual to follow here in 2. The ram we get here in 3, a sheep that kind of follows the type and kind of the ones that are in front of him. This is a sheep for me that kind of shortens up when you see him from the side compared to the ones that are right in front of him, but a sheep that you appreciate the overall rib shape and design and the elegance up through his front end. I think you can run into this sheep that's kind of the problem in the class for me. A real long-bodied sheep, a sheep you appreciate that about him, but maybe just doesn't fit with the 3 that are right in front of him, doesn't get out and maybe travel as well as the ones that are right in front of him. And then we get here in 5, a lamb just kind of runs out of just some overall groceries and mass to compete with the 4 that are right in front of him, but a really nice class of Shropshire yearling rams.
Placing on the yearling ram class for the Shropshires, first place goes to entry number 1, Fleener 2127, Tim and Sarah Fleener, Robisonia, Pennsylvania. Second to entry number 2, Clark 2178, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Third to entry number 7, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. 4 to entry 4, Jaden and Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. 5 to entry 5, Weston Harrell, Bargersville, Indiana. 6 to entry 6, Wyatt and Sophie Harrell, Bargersville, Indiana. 7 to entry 3, Wyatt and Sophie Harrell, Bargersville, Indiana.
Starting off this class with a ultra fresh handling lamb here. Didn't want to stand as well for the gentleman here today, but when you get your hands on him, you really appreciate him from the 13th rib back. He's super long from that 13th rib back. He's a sheep that when he gets out on the move, he moves really well, keeps his chest floor up under himself. The sheep here in second's gearing a little more condition on him compared to the one right in front of him. When you get your hands on him, he doesn't handle as fresh as the one right in front of him does today, but I'd like to change that about him to maybe move up and higher in the class, but a really nice class of fall ram lambs.
Now ready to show for senior champion and reserve senior champion ram for the Shropshires. Placing on the senior ram lamb class for the Shropshires, first place to entry 8, Flanders VIP 1173, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Second place to entry 10, Sugar Ridge 2195, Oh Snap, Vivian Stephenson, Baroque, Wisconsin.
I think you have 4 nice individuals out here for the senior champion drive. I think you have a yearling ram and came out of that yearling ram class that we really like, a sheep that's super extended up through his front end. I think you got a second place yearling ram in that class that follows the type and kind very well, the sheep that's extremely powerful. You've got a group of fall ram lambs that maybe not as far along in their mind, but we have a long night ahead of us, so we're going to go ahead and make the 2 yearling rams your senior champion and reserve senior champion.
Senior champion ram for the Shropshires was first place yearling ram. Entry number 1, Fleener 2127, Tim and Sarah Fleener, Robisonia, Pennsylvania. The reserve senior champion ram was second in that yearling ram class. Entry number 2, Clark 2178, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Now ready for early junior ram lambs.
on our Feb class. Once again, we get a little challenging in a place or two along the way, and I think we end up with one. I think, I like to change all these using their movement when they go around the ring. So, but when we get this one propped up, I think this one's just good livestock from the ground up. I mean, this one's good-footed. She's good. She's big-footed. She's heavy bone, and she just balances so good from the side. Her neck comes out of the top of her shoulder where I think it needs to. She's one that has a really ample, a really good shape to her rack shape and around just to her body cavity. Carries that width and dimension back into a good flat hip. She carries that width down to the ground. I think that was just a logical place for me to start. The one here in second is the one that's probably a little more robust and bigger, rounder about her body cavity than the one we started with. But this one also gets just a little bit, maybe a little more deeper about her chest and maybe not as neat and refined about her chest and her breastplate, but still one that has lots of muscle shape and good looking from the side. And then the third, Eula here in third, she's one's really impressive to the touch. She's one that maybe gets just a shot shorter from flank to flank. I'd like to maybe make her features, maybe change the breed character up around her, chalky around her mouth and stuff like that to make her just a little more ideal. But I do like that one's touch and presence and ring presence and look. The one here in fourth is another just good solid kind of livestock. She's one that's got some shape of muscle. She's round about her body cavity. I'd like to maybe make that one just a shade lighter, maybe at the ground in her feet, her feet there, or her features or breed character there. But just good stock, good center body, good width and dimension. And rounding out the class, another one of those really good straightener lines, good solid kind of livestock. Just needs more boldness and openness to her body cavity. Just more tone to her muscle, but an excellent high quality ewe lamb there to be fifth. Another great class.
You got a really nice class of January Ram Lambs here. You guys are at the class with a really jacked fronted individual. He's super long body. When you get your hands on him, he's by far the longest handling sheep in the class. When he gets out on the move, he tracks out really free and easy. Just kind of a great place to start the class in my is the one right here in three. He's a neat little rig, no doubt about it. He is super cool from the side. He just gives up some size and scale compared to the ones that are right in front of him, but an awfully nice individual to round out here in the third hole. The sheep here in fourth gets out and moves really extremely well. But when you get your hands on him compared to the ones right in front of him, he doesn't have the overall just explosiveness that the ones that are in front of him have today. But a sheep you really appreciate him in his chest floor and for his breed character. The big outline sheep here in five, a sheep that really you appreciate how tall-shouldered he is. But when this guy gets out on the move, he likes to get really restricted on those rear two. He likes to pop that loin when he gets out on the move. He just doesn't get out as free and easy as the four that are right in front of him, but an awfully nice class of Ram Lambs.
Placing on the class of early junior Ram Lambs for the Shropshires. First place to entry 19, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana with slack 91.95. Second to entry 18, Clark 2227, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Third place to entry 12, Tim and Sarah Fleener, Robisonia, Pennsylvania. Fourth place to entry 21, Riggin, Stockton, and Hayes Klotz, Richmond, Indiana. 5 to entry 15, Jaden and Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. Sixth place to entry 11, Quincy and Penelope Moore, Greentop, Missouri. 7 to entry 14, Jaden and Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. Eighth place to entry 20, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. 9 to entry 17, Megan Rodabaugh, Danville, Ohio. And 10 to entry 16, Ashley Fuss, Frederick, Maryland. Placing on the early March ULAM class for the South Downs, first place to 273, A&M 2-282, A&M Ranch, Mark and Amy Johnson, Sandwich, Illinois. Second place to entry 278, KDK 2233, KDK South Downs, Kelsey, Nathan, and Kaylin Schmierczak, Richalt, Wisconsin. Third to 270, Mallory Bowers, Lafayette, Indiana. 4 to 275, Forsey South Downs, Owenton, Kentucky. 5 to Larkin Miller, Florence, Kentucky. 6 to entry 285, Mallory and Braden Bowers, Lafayette, Indiana. 7 to entry 266, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. 8th place to entry 288, Holly Howard, Fort Wayne, Indiana. 9 to 265, Landry Krieger, Washington, Indiana. And 10 to entry 271, Adriana Windland, Shakopee, Minnesota.
We have an interesting class of February Ram Lambs here. Start off the class with, in my mind, the most complete sheep in the class. A sheep that is not the longest bodied, I know that. Probably not maybe even the best up through his chest floor, but a sheep that when you look at him, he looks like a Schrop. You get behind him, he's got a big old rack in him. He's got a big rib shape in him. He gets out and moves free and easy. And I think that's maybe where he filters his way to the top compared to the two right behind him in my mind. I really like this sheep from second right from the profile. He's super long-bodied, a sheep that, man, for me, I like to change him in that hip-loin junction a little bit. He likes to, get a dip in there when he gets out on the move, and like even right now when he's kind of standing there, he gets that loin popped a little bit. I like to change that about him a little bit in my mind to move him up over the one right in front of him. Kind of falls in the same category as the young man right here. I love this sheep up through his front end. He's by far the best front end sheep in the class. He's really good in that first third, but man, if I could change him out over that hip loin junction, widen him out there, I would move that sheep on the top of the class, and we'd be partying on here, buddy. It's a really nice sheep in my mind to come here in third. A younger looking maturing lamb here in fourth, a sheep that doesn't have the mass in the scale and the overall muscle shape of the ones right in front of him. Super pretty and attractive from the side, just giving up some compared to the three right in front of him, but a really nice lamb here to roll into four. The big muscular one here in five, this guy gets out on the move. He likes to tuck his chest floor a little bit for me. He doesn't get out and move as free and easy, but he is super blown apart compared to the ones that are around him. But I'd like to see him get out and move a little freer and easier for me today to move him up over the four in front of him, but a really nice class of February Ram Lambs.
Over here on our final class of Southdown ewe lambs here. One of those classes we may not have had the numbers, but we still got the good quality on the top end of this deal. The one that comes in and wins, and she's one that I just think is the fall-free one, the one that I think's just got the best look from the side. And then you put her in motion, she's the one that's just the soundest in her feet and legs. I mean, you start that one at the ground, she's big-footed, she's rugged built, and she has some shape at the top side of her skeleton. I like how round and soft-bodied she is through the center part of her body. She's one, yeah, if you want to really pick on her, we could make her just a little square right at the top of her pins right there to make her in terms of ideal. But I think that's just good stock from the ground up, and that one has to win for me. The one here in second is she's probably more robust and bigger, rounder bodied, and probably more shape up high on the top of that one's skeleton. Well, that one gets a little puzzling for me is that one's a little rounder out of her hip. She's straighter out of her hock. She wants to drag her hind leg, and she goes around the room. We just need to make that one freer and easier out of her hip and hind legs. But the front two-thirds of that one's impeccable in terms of just the way that one's built, in terms of roundness of body, softness of flank, and then bigness and boldness of rack, and how she comes up out of the top part of her shoulder. The one there in third, this is the one I really like this one in terms of this one's just super straight down her top. She's really big and robust about when you get on her back shape and you carry that back into her thick square hip. Yeah, and she just gets maybe just a little more length of body, maybe doesn't balance maybe as good as the two we started with, but I do like that one in terms of just the way that one's top line and build and freshness of touch. An excellent ewe there to be third. And then we got a really neat fronted, a good built one there that just needs to be opened up from end to end in terms of ideal. And then rounding out the class, we've got just one of those really good, solid kind of Southdown brood females that's really round and robust about her body cavity. She's got muscle on top side of her skeleton. Just them good, solid Southdown brood ewes. An excellent class of the March ewe lambs.
Placing on the late junior Ram Lamb class for the Shropshire Show. First place goes to entry number 24, Clark 2285, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Second to entry 22, City Limits 22100, Epic, Jaden and Drake Sluts, Maple Park, Illinois. Third to entry 25, Kenyon Buckland, Huntington, Indiana. 4 to entry 31, Caleb Fritz, Beach Bluff, Tennessee. 5 to entry number 36, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. 6th place to 28, Jaden and Drake Sluts, Maple Park, Illinois. 7 to entry 32, Riggin, Stockton, and Hayes Klotz, Richmond, Indiana. 8 to 27, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. 9 to 30, Emma Chandler, Fredericktown, Missouri. And 10 to 29, Vivian Stephenson, Verroque, Wisconsin. Placing on the late March ewe lamb class for the Southdowns. First place to entry 302, George Brothers 22047, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Second place to entry 301, George Brothers 22046, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Third place to entry 294, KDK South Downs, Kelsey, Nathan, and Kaylin Smearcheck, Rochelle, Wisconsin. 4 to 247, Brayson Brandt, Annville, Pennsylvania. 5 to 291, LC Scramlin, Holly, Michigan. 6 to 293, Mallory Bowers, Lafayette, Indiana. 7 to 298, Lindley Krieger, Washington, Indiana. 8 to 290, Brian Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky. 9 to entry 300, J. Lee Oldenburg Farms, Mulhall, Oklahoma. And 10 to 295, Eden Ennis, Martinsville, Indiana. Placing on the Shropshire class of pair ram lambs, first, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Second, Jaden and Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. Third, Regan Stockton and Hayes Klotz, Richmond, Indiana. 4 to Vivian Stephenson, Baroque, Wisconsin. And 5 to Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana.
You have 4 real nice individuals out here for your junior champion drive. I'm really happy with the 4 that we're able to bring out here. I think there's a couple of them that that will take the breed to the next level, depending on what their breeder wanted to do with them, where they're wanting to go. I'm not going to waste a whole lot of time. I'll go out and shake the hands of their junior champion in reserve.
For the Shropshires, our junior champion goes to our class winner of the early junior Ram Lamb class. Entry number 19, Slack 9195, Jordan Linier, Pierceton, Indiana. Reserve junior champion to entry 24 out of the late junior Ram Lamb class, Clark 2285, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Now ready to show for grand and reserve grand champion Ram.
Put your hands together for the Shropshire breeders for what they brought out here tonight. I'm really happy with the 4 individuals we have out here. I think that they're individuals that they're going to go back and do a lot for the breed. I think you got a yearling buck class. We talked about that. It was super competitive. You have a really good individual there, a sheep that's super extended up through his front end, a sheep that is super square when he gets out on the move. He's really free and easy around the ring. He's just a really complete kind of individual. You got a real flashy buck lamb here on this champion side, real long-bodied. A sheep that when he comes out of that junior division, he kind of won that kind of handily in my mind. And it gets a little bit closer with those ones right behind him. But for me today, I'm going to go ahead and make your yearling ram your champion and your junior ram lamb your reserve.
Grand Champion Ram for your National Shropshire Show goes to entry number 1 out of the yearling ram class, Fleener 2127. That was also our senior champion, Tim and Sarah Fleener, Robisonia, Pennsylvania. The reserve grand champion is our junior champion out of the early junior ram lamb class, entry 19, Slack 9195, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. Placing on the Southdown pair of ewe lambs class. First place goes to J. Lee Oldenburg Farms, Mulhall, Oklahoma. Second, Forsey Southdowns, Owenton, Kentucky. Third, A&M Ranch, Mark and Amy Johnson, Sandwich, Illinois. Fourth place to Kaylin Smearcheck, Richalt, Wisconsin. 5 to Larkin Miller, Florence, Kentucky. Sixth place to Drew George, Niles, Michigan. 7 to Jude Parker, Franklin, Indiana. 8, Mallory Bowers, Lafayette, Indiana. 9, Megan Sowers, Tiffin, Ohio. And 10 to Emily Flannery, Oxford, Maine.
for our senior champion, we've got five excellent division winners, and in second place on the line. And they come back out, and I'm very pleased again, and the way these youths hit the ring, and then I think that they all have attributes that I like to look for, especially in terms of ones that are they're built right at the ground, and then they bring that up to the top side of their skeleton and have big, bold. They're massive on the top side of their skeleton, and they have turn to the rib cage and openness to their body cavity and look like brood ewes. I guess once again, there's a couple different ways a guy could go, and it's probably personal preference of what you want to do. But like I said, I think there's a really excellent, high quality set of ewes. I'll go out and get the ones I'll show you the ones I like, and then we'll go and get you an overall champion.
The junior champion ewe and reserve junior champion ewe coming both from the late February ewe lamb class for the Southdown show. The champion being entry 255, Northern Star Livestock Service 22051, Adriana Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota. The reserve junior champion 254, Oldenburg 2059, J. Lee Oldenburg Farms, Mulhall, Oklahoma.
As we get these four individuals out for our overall champion, Southdown U, and it's been a pleasure to get to come work with good high quality Southdown sheep. And I'll tell you, by no means this has been very extremely hard and very challenging, and very in a mindset that there's lots of good Southdown sheep. And I think that in the industry that that I've been in tune with this business for the last 18 years. I think we're right now that we're probably as close in the middle of the, when I started 18 years ago, we had sheep that were, we had two spectrums, big and little, and I think there was lots of variable in the middle. And I said, I think right now in the time that that I've been in the business for 18 years, I think we're probably at a place right now that we're probably at a happy medium that all of us can stand and accept. And I think that's a great place to be. I commend the breeders and the exhibitors for bringing such a high quality set of sheep out all day long. And like I said, it's been very challenging. I think this is an excellent set of ewes. There's a pair of ewes that hit me really hard in the drive. And I think we just go ahead and keep that pair of ewes together. That pair of senior champions right there is going to be your overall champion in reserve.
Supreme Champion, you, as far as the overall Grand Champion, you for the South Downs, first goes to our senior champion, entry 76 from the early yearling U class, KDK 2106, Kaylin Smearcheck, Richalt, Wisconsin. The reserve Grand Champion U goes to our reserve senior champion, 135 out of the early senior ewe lamb class, 4CE 21313, 4C South Downs, Owenton, Kentucky.
I think it's very interesting and kind of difficult class to sort your way through to find one that you really truly want to set your mind on. I think you start off the class with either this one, you put her in first, you put her in third. In my mind, she's the most elegant up to her front end. She's the longest bodied sheep in the class. When you get your hands on her, she's super fresh. Is she the biggest ribbed? Is she the boldest? No, she's not. When she gets out on the move, she tracks the best. When you're standing here on the side, she comes together in her hip-loin junction. This is good or better than any of the other in the top 5. In my mind, that's where she lands today. The sheep here in second, I'd like to change her in her chest floor a little bit. I'd like to change her, maybe when you get off to the side and you see her in her hip-loin junction, when she gets out on the move, she likes to get her feet up under, gets a little straight. Is she a little rounder rib? Absolutely, than the one in front of her. She's a little more blown apart. Yes. But for me, I just like to change those things about her to move her up to compete with the elevator that we have in the first place animal at the first up there at the top. The one here in third obviously has great breed character. She gets a little restricted on those rear two when she gets out on the move. A sheep that maybe I would change in her chest floor as well when she gets out. She likes to drop her front end when she gets out on the move, get her head down a little bit. If I change that about her, I have no problem running her up to the top of the class. Just a real complete sheep here in 4. Nothing really wrong with her, just not overly flashy, not overly really long body when you get your hands on her from the 13th rib back, but just a real nice sheep here to land in 4. The problem sheep for me in the class is the one right here. Obviously in 5, she's the boldest in her rib. She's a sheep that gets out. She's super powerful. But, man, I'd like to change her in that hip loin. I'd like to change her, give her a tick more bone for me to move up any higher in the class. But a really nice class of individuals here in the first class of yearling ewes.
From the Best Breed Character U for the South Downs, our winner is 4C South Downs with 22068. Placing on the class of yearling ewes in the early division for the Shropshires, first entry 49, City Limits Sheep Farm 2164, Jaden and Drake Sluts, Maple Park, Illinois. Second place to 45, Fleener 2121, Sarah and Tim Fleener, Robisonia, Pennsylvania. Third to entry 44, Riggin, Stockton and Hayes Klotz, Richmond, Indiana. 4 to 47, Jaden and Drake Sluts, Maple Park, Illinois. 5 to 46, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. 6th place to 43, Jaden and Drake Sluts, Maple Park, Illinois. 7 to 37, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. 8 to 42, Vivian Stephenson, Verroque, Wisconsin. 9 to 48, Leela Street, Alexandria, Indiana. 10 to 50, Landry Street, Alexandria, Indiana. Placing on the flock class for the Open Southdown Show, first place goes to Kaylin Smearcheck, Richalt, Wisconsin. Second in the flock goes to Forsey Southdowns, Owenton, Kentucky. Third to Drew George, Niles, Michigan. 4, Mallory Bowers, Lafayette, Indiana. 5 to Abby Brown, Princeton, Indiana. And 6 to Emily Flannery, Oxford, Maine. Our premier exhibitor for the Southdown Show this year is Jaylee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma.